Hey, what's up? This is your girl Diamond. I go live every Friday at 7. We're going to be talking about partying and chosen family and stuff like that. How y'all doing? Is my sound working? Remember last time it wasn't working. Is my sound working? Before I get all deep into the conversation, can y'all hear me? Huh? Or nah? Can y'all hear me before I get to talking? Or no? Am I silent or is it giving? Are you silenced or silent? What Oprah saying? Okay, good. Hey CL, hey Java, hey kind of cultured. Come on, Jenny, what's the tea over there? All right. Oh, I'm a little late today, but the Lord is still in the blessing business, so you can pray. Oh gosh. So this week has been pretty chill. Last week I was in Dallas for transgender law centers, um, black trans circles, and I got to spend some time with some elders and some community leaders, and we had a dope ass time. And I was able to I do like a I do like a little course, like a little presentation that lasts about 2 hours about black, not all black, but mostly black centered trans history. And it's a deep dive in the cultural context of trans people um, from a black American lens. And we kind of go deep dive into a lot of stuff. And a lot of people love it and come out of the experience with knowledge that they didn't know. Of course, there's some things that they did know, but there's some knowledge that they didn't know. And I love, deep down in my soul, I am a teacher. I don't know if y'all can tell that or not. I love teaching. I would be like a dope ass college civics teacher or history teacher. That'd be fine. I'm very, as you can see, Miss Frizzle, Black Miss Frizzle, baby. So when I'm in spaces like that, I love it. I feel like my soul vibrating because it's so like I love teaching. I love like presenting new information that people don't know, shit like that. Like, oh, let me teach you some shit that you don't know. You think you know, but you don't know. Let me give you a little deeper dive into this. And so a lot of people hire me to do that for like their events, for like say that you have like a event going on and like a conference, and yeah, a lot of people do that. So anyway, I love it. It's exciting. And I was able to do it to a gaggle of black trans women. And yeah, it was just a dope ass experience in Dallas. So that's why I couldn't go live last week. Um, yeah. So what's going on with y'all? I'm eating my my Dubai chocolates, which I absolutely love. Who came up with this shit? This shit is fire. Because my favorite nut is pistachio. So whoever made this go viral, thank you. I'm actually thinking about recording the course on my own and putting it up in my members only section. It's gonna be like on a $20 tier because it's educational, baby. It's deep and educational, so it's worth a little coin. I'm thinking about doing that. But yeah, doing my nails with a drink on the side. Come on, what you drinking? What's the drink? I got a margarita tonight. Come on. I have some cold ass water with pineapple coconut, them little squeeze things you put in, not Crystal Light, those be nasty. But the other ones, the kind of the Mio, it's not Mio, but Kroger has a version and it's the pineapple coconut one. And you squeeze it's 0 calorie and you squeeze it into some water. That's what this is. And it's delicious. New Amsterdam gin. Come on. What do I have in there to drink? I have some. I drank all the Saint Germain. I love Saint Germain. I have another. So Saint Germain is like an elderflower liqueur. I have a I don't want to say cheaper because it's not cheaper. Another version of elderflower, but it's the red version because it's a different version of elderflower from somewhere else. I got some Uncle Nearest. What else I got in there? I think that's about it. I think I got that elderflower and Uncle Nearest. I'm in bed watching it. 1:44 a.m. Come on, 1:44, darling. You can watch the recap. I was about to say something, but my ADHD said, "Hey, think about the liquor." What was I about to say? I don't remember. It just slipped my mind. What's your favorite perfume currently? Ooh, that is a good question. Currently, let me. I like my shirt. My shirt say not PLC baby, black. My current perfume that I've been loving is I think I showed y'all this a couple of weeks ago, but I've been wearing it because it's been getting me a lot of compliments. This is called, I think I wore it last live, Anita, but the name of it is called Can't Get Enough. This is the bottle. I bought mine at Saks because I had a gift card. Somebody gave me a gift card to use, and I bought it. Super, super cute. And it just smells divine and sexy. Very floral and spice and fruity and not like kitty fruity, but like a grown woman fruity. It looks like it smells good. I love it. It's fire. Um. Okay. There's a couple of stories that I wanted to tell y'all today. So I don't have many children, but I do have a couple of people who I consider my children on a certain level. So my very first child was named Jonathan. So we'll talk about him later, but I want to start off talking about, we're going to lead into him. I want to start off talking about Black Gay Chat. So, do y'all remember Black Gay Chat? If you don't, if you're too young for that, Gay Chat was a site from the aughts, from the early 2000s, Um, and Black Gay Chat, they end up changing the name to BGC Live. I think they were trying to brand it to be not a gay site, more inclusive site. So instead of it being Black Gay Chat, they switched it to BGC Live, which was quite, girl, this is where the faggots at, honey. This is where the gays is at, baby. And so it was really cute. It was blue. It had these cartoon pieces of trade on the top, which was always hilarious to me. Um, Mostly for the gays. It was, for the black gay boys. They had do-rags and shit. But the trans girls will be on there too. So we had like our own little private room and our like private little chat room. And we had the forums. The forums was a kiki. Somebody would post a subject and everybody kind of, how old school forums used to be. It was cute. They had the sexiest man list. Yes, they had a list of people who were voted the sexiest man on the side. It was a whole little thing. It was cute. So I remember going to the chat room, and it just was a lot of fun shit going on. Like I met a lot of the girls, and I'm a old head. You know what I'm saying? I come out in the '90s, baby. So I've been through all the chat eras, the AOL chat, the Yahoo chat. So I had been used to being in the chat rooms for many, many years by this point. But this is like 2006, 2007. This is when I first came to Houston. So 2007, late 2007, 2008, 2009. So this is when, to me, this is like the heyday of BGC. And so it just was popping. The rooms was always full. It was just good. People would be in the chat room on camera. And so if y'all reading, y'all can read. Like if y'all going back and forth, it's cute because you actually see a bitch. If she a brick, you can read her. And in this era of my life, I was a troll. I love being a troll on the internet. So still kind of do, but I just don't do it as often. So honey, we'll find, you get what I'm saying? Let's it's just so much. Like if a girl is thinking she too much, we can everybody reading each other and it's turning into something. Um, so it used to be super, super dope in there. And so I would meet so many people. So why this is coming up in my brain now is because recently my homegirl from one of my few homegirls from Detroit, I don't be liking Michigan bitches like that. Michigan trans women, girl, I just don't usually get along with them. But one of the girls who I met in the chat room on BGC is Candy. Her name was Candy on the show. Not on the show, child. On the chat room. Her name was Candy. In real life, I think her name was like Chocolate. Her street name was Chocolate, and her real name was Sharita Maxwell, and she died a couple of days ago. And so that's why I'm thinking about her. We used to be in that chat room reading each other, like me and her going back and forth, reading each other. I used to read her heart, discoloration of her silicone. I was like, bitch, you got all that. You got that fucking silicone cock in your hips looking like got you looking like a Dalmatian with all them fucking black spots all over your skin hole. And we would just go back and forth reading each other, and it would be so fun. So, and we end up becoming real cool. We end up just because, it ain't really a serious girl, but we end up becoming real cool. And then I reported on it. I don't know if y'all remember a couple of, it probably was like 10 years ago. It might have been like 10. I think it was like 10 years ago. If y'all remember, I talked about a girl in Detroit. The trade tried to rob her on the host roll, like two pieces of trade pulled up on her with rifles while she was on the host roll and tried to rob her and shot her and paralyzed her. Do y'all remember that? It was 10 years ago, y'all. But they kind of ran up on her to rob her with rifles in Detroit on the host roll. She's a trans girl. And they paralyzed her and they got caught and she had to testify against them in in um in Detroit for the courts, and they busted them. They got a lot of time, and she won her case. Oh, I'm late. I'm here. Let me start over at double speed. And so she was the girl. Like she was the girl that got paralyzed during the robbery. Candy. And so I remember seeing her on the fucking news and gagging because that was my girl from BGC. And I was like, oh my God, because we never had met in person. We was only online. Cool. And so I hit her up and was like, yo, bitch, I'm so sorry that this happened to you. Like, I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't have nothing to do with me, but I just wanted to hit her up and let her know that, this was some fucked up ass shit. And I'm glad they caught them motherfuckers. Um, um, and so we got, because of that situation, we got a little closer and talked more. I actually invited her to be on her show to be on the show to invite to talk about her experience. But we never really made it happen just because our life got busy and yeah, but she recently, a couple of days ago, passed away. And what was crazy about her situation is that her father just passed away like a week ago. Like she buried her dad, not this Saturday that just passed, but the Saturday. No, no, no. Yeah. The Saturday that just passed, like last Saturday. She went to her dad's funeral that day, that Saturday. And so right after her dad's funeral, something it's so soon, it's so recently happened that I don't even know what happened to her, but she recently just passed away after her dad passed away. Crazy, 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 crazy. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about her a little bit because yeah, she's one of my old school internet friends, and there's a lot of people who I've never met that our friendship or us knowing of each other is I don't know if I'll call it friendship, but yeah, I guess it could be like parasocial friendships. Um that I met online that I've never actually met in person. There's a bunch of people who I literally have been knowing for more than a decade that I never actually met online because in I met them online. I never met them in person, but I met them online, and we just never, either I'm never in their area or it just never happened. Do y'all have people like that y'all have been friends with for years? Even me and Nair. Nair, how long was you when did you get in Mayhem? I can't remember. That had to be, we had already been in there, but when did you get added to the mix? Added, what year was that you got added to the pot? And Raven, me and Raven been knowing each other since wasn't it Yahoo? When you was in Florida, right? Um Florida, I think we met in the Yahoo chat. I think that's where we first met each other. I think. I'm not for sure. But yeah, early. Um pre YouTube. There's people that I've been knowing for years that I've never actually met in real life. And yeah, and she just was one of those people. So just I want to say rest in peace to Miss Chocolate, aka Miss Kenzie, aka Miss Sharita, because she's dope. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate you. But yes, um, So 07, 08, you wasn't in Mayhem that early because I wasn't in Mayhem that early. And you came after me. It couldn't have been that early. It couldn't have been that early. Uh-uh. I wasn't even on YouTube in '07, so you couldn't have been that early. You mixing it up. You wasn't in Mayhem. It had to be later than that. Because I didn't start YouTube till 2008, and that's how Barrett found me. It had to be later than that. I like the look. It's very Black Power. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been obsessed with the French Bob. Have y'all been seeing that? It's new. It's not new. It's just a modern version of the old school. But so yes, it's not new. So let me be clear. it's 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 a new modern version of the French Bob. And so I've been obsessed with that length that's like right there. And so I cut my wig. First of all, I was like, how can I do my red hair into a French bob? I know it's not gonna look exactly like with the curly hair, but I wanted that shape, that short, right at the cheekbone, and a shorter bang. Like um my bangs are usually longer than this, so I cut them shorter to where it's giving that straight across, and then it gives that length. I love this because I've been obsessed with the French bob. So this is Diamond Stylz version of her curly hair in the French bob shape. Yeah, I live for it. I love it. But I love, 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 love this. Just this new kind of this new modern take of the French bob. And so I was like, oh, how can I do that my way? And so this is my version of the French bob. It's kind of crooked. This wig is there we go. Let me push her to the right side. Ma'am. And so I cut her the other day. It was like boom. And then I like my favorite that y'all see all the time is my shoulder length curly hair. I always would do that because that's my tea. And so the longer version. I always just rebuy. I rebuy this hair, and the hair is long, not super long, but like this. When I buy it, and I cut it into the shape. And so, yeah. So I have a long version, and this is the shorter version that I cut. And I just keep rebuying it because I like this fucking hair. And it's cheap. It's like $35. But it's synthetic, $35. And the older she get, the more real she look. I love her. This is my favorite hair. Um But yeah, I wanted to do the French bob. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a little cut with her where she's giving her gig, and I live for it. That's synthetic. It looks good. Yeah, this is synthetic. It's synthetic. It's this is funny. When I was in Egypt a couple of years ago and did the hot air balloon ride, that motherfucking fire was coming up off that thing to make the balloon go up, baby. And I was like, "Ooh, baby, this wig gonna melt. Let me put my little thing over it so the heat won't melt it, baby. Because if it turned into a melted helmet, baby, I would be pissed off." I love her. It looks edgy and still sophisticated in the L'Oreal voice. Work. um, baby, she was That fire was heating it up, baby. I was like, "Oh, what is going on?" Um, Let me see. I have the video on my I had let me see if I can. One second. This is me in the balloon. I want to see if I think I turned the camera around. Oh, probably not. Did I turn the camera around? No. This is them doing the other balloons. We were already in the air, but the other balloon was taken out. What's the mm, but yeah, I had put the hair on, baby, and she was looking like she was about to sizzle, but she didn't melt. She wasn't close enough to the fire, but I could feel the heat. So I was like, bitch, I know she feel it. How people have to get in hot air balloons will always get how people have to get in them. You just jump in a basket. What you mean? How you have to get in them? What you mean by that? I love the Cynthia. I think it's something soul centering with wearing human hair. For some reason, I don't feel comfortable in human hair units anymore. I haven't for some time. Oh, I do. I love a human hair. But I think it's useless. A human hair curly, yeah, it's a waste of for me to a red. Now, if I want a black, but a red is because you're gonna have to keep dyeing it because red is the hardest color to upkeep. So a red human hair would be a waste of my time, baby. but because I wear the red and curly, I can't. It's a waste of my time to be a human. I've seen them leaning on the side, and folks have to climb and pull up in them, and it's inflated until it's upright. Yeah, it's basically a big oversized basket, like a weaved basket. And it's as tall as you are, so you can't fall out of it. You can't even accidentally fall out, baby. If you fall out of a fucking balloon, baby, you was trying to kill yourself, baby. Because the balloon is up to like your probably up to your chest. So it's hard to even it's like it's right there. So you can't it's hard to um yeah, you can't fall out. Like I'm sure if you tried, you can't accidentally fall out. If you try, you can, but it's right up the basket is right there, and they have these little these holes like steps for you to kind of climb in. So it's easy to kind of climb in. And then there each one of the baskets has sections. It's not like everybody is in one basket. Imagine like a basket of I don't have no basket. But anyway, say it has baskets, a basket with sections in it. Like it has like a line across the middle and then like two. So people are in the sections of the basket. So it's not like when it rocks, everybody is leaning to one side and you falling over. It's actually like walls within the basket. And three people is in this section, three people is in this section. So it balances it out and you're not when it rocks, it doesn't move. You're not moving to another section of the basket. So It's really, really safe. And by the time you get in it, when it's already filled up, I know where we went, the people we the people we went to, by the time we get to the place, they were already blowing the balloons up. Not blowing them up to where they had started it. They had started it's like the balloons is all out, but they're not filled up. They're just the basket and the flat balloon is laying, and then they start filling them all up. So you see them all filling up, filling up, filling up. And by the time they're standing up, because it's the air that makes them, the hot air in the balloon. That's why they're hot air balloons. That's what makes it stand up. And by the time it's standing up, you are lining up to get to your particular basket. And so like I can't walk to the like because of those sections, you can't walk to the other side of the basket. You in your section, and you can move in your section, but you can't move to the other side of the basket, if that makes sense. So think of it. Yeah, here we go. So this is my. So think of it like this. So this is the basket. They have a bar, not a bar, but like a wall across this part, and like two across this part. So it's like a wall through this part. Boom, and then there's like two through here. So you two people are in this section, two people in this section, two people in this section, two or three. It usually is like two or three. Like me and my homegirls was in one section. So we can't walk over to this section we can't walk over there. You have to stay in your section. But you're able to see everything, but you can't move around in the basket, if that makes sense. And you can move around in your segment, but you can't go over here and go over here. You can't run and say, "Ooh, what y'all see? Ooh, what y'all see?" No, you gotta stay in your section. And there's like a wall that blocks you. And so on the side of the outside, because it's like a weaved basket, there are steps for you to climb over and climb back into each section. So on this side and on this side. And so, and and you and it's tall enough, like I said, it's tall enough to where you can't get over it. Like even if the wind blow and because sometimes the wind will blow, your ass is up in the air, bitch. So the wind will blow. So even if the wind blow you and it's rocking the basket, you can't, like it's so the basket is so high. It's like you can lean over, but imagine like it being right at your titties. And I'm 5'11", so it was right at my titties. And so there's no falling over. It is scary if you scared of heights. I'm not scared of heights. But it is, if you scared of heights, it's heights, bitch. So of course it's gonna be scary. But I'm not scared of heights. So that feeling people get now when I see height, it's like, ooh, it's tall up here, it's high up here. I get that feeling, but fear like, oh no, I don't be scared like that. I was devastated when I saw those people falling from the hot air balloon earlier this year. It got me scared. Yeah, I would want to know what went wrong, because it would be, unless you can intentionally, like you gotta climb out of the fucking basket for you to be falling. Unless like it's a storm, maybe I can imagine like a storm, but they not letting you fly in a storm. But I know our baskets, that we were in, there was no way you could fall out. I don't, unless you intentionally do it. It was too tall, and even trying to get in and get out, you can't just do it. Like you got to put your feet in them little stairs that I was explaining. They're not stairs; it's like little cutouts in the thing. We couldn't get it out that motherfucker. We couldn't get in and out that motherfucker. They had the little Egyptian people trying to help us out of the shit. You can't just get out. It was crazy. I'm so scared of heights. I don't even like taking flights upstairs when you can see to the bottom. Hey, the shorter curls are cute. Thank you. Um. So yeah. Oh, anyway, how did I get on hard ink balloons? Oh, the melty wig. Yeah. But yeah, I love a Cynthia in the red color because if it was like black or brown or something curly like that, I would like that in human hair. But red is the color red is so hard to keep vibrant. I wouldn't want it in human. This is perfect for me. I love flying and I don't get anxious there, but I have been in situations where I think the height were too much. Mm, I think if I can feel though, if I'm in, because I've been in a situation where I'm at a certain height that looks scary, but if I can feel the wind, like if I can feel the wind blowing in a situation, like if I'm on a peak like a mountain or something, or if I'm like on a building and I can feel the wind blowing me, oh no, I'm not going anywhere near the edge because it's the wind that has me scared, like it can blow me over and I don't have control over it. But if I can't feel the elements, I won't have the fear. I can just be like, oh look, da, 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 da. But feeling the wind is what, like if I'm at a certain height, that is what makes me get that kind of fear of, oh my God, I need to not be by the edge because I'm feeling the wind shifting me. And I'm like, well, I don't like that. Are you afraid of roller coasters? No, not at all. I don't typically love them, but I'm not afraid of them. Me and Ty went we recently went for I think it was her birthday. Um we went to Kima here in Houston. Kima is the location, and Kima Boardwalk is like I don't want to say a carnival, but that's what it reminds you of, like them kind of carnivals. Yeah, it was her birthday, and we went on the roller coaster there. They have a roller coaster, one of those old wooden roller coasters, and I like getting on it. I like it's okay. Wouldn't say that I particularly love the roller coaster experience, but I'm not afraid to get on it. Um, And so, yeah, I don't mind roller coasters at all. I have the weird reaction to heights on TV. My legs and poom poom will feel like I'm falling. Mm. Have you been watching All Is Fair? I actually was into it. The fashions are good, even though they have Glenn looking like George Washington. I love All Is Fair, actually. Everybody was reading it, so I was like, "Ooh, is it that late?" I'm like, "It can't be that late." I think y'all just hating on Kim. And anybody who knows me know I am a Kim Kardashian. She is one of my guilty pleasures. So when people get to talking negative about Kim, I be like, I don't defend her because you ain't gonna see me defending no rich white woman ever. I don't defend her, but I just mind my business because I love Kim. I love Kim, and she's sickening to me. And you can no, she is not no actress, but you can tell me that bitch ain't looking sickening on that camera. That's why Ryan Murphy keep hiring that hoe, because when she get in front of that camera, that mug is sitting. She looks like a star should look on camera. You know how you see somebody on camera, it's like, oh God, um this is a beautiful scene. And she is very that. I love Kim. Kim is one of my guilty pleasures. She's one of my problematic faves. I love Kim. Um, I don't have any thoughts about the Kardashian clan as a whole. My two favorites, I like Chloe's personality. I like Kim's look. Her look is fire. And I like Kendall's look. I think the beatest Kardashian is Kendall to me. Um, it was Kylie has had her moments. Um, but my favorite as far as like consistent looking sickening is Kendall. Kendall is my love. Uh-huh. But I love Kim. Kim Mug has been punishing, punishing forever, for decades now, baby. Punishing. Um, Chloe's personality is my favorite. I like Chloe, her personality. My least favorite, of course, is Courtney. I don't. Nothing about her gives me my life. Personality, look, nothing. Um, yeah, Courtney was never my tea. Um, but yes, all is fair. The fashion, baby. Come on, Chance. You need to get ready. I know we're supposed to do it, and you said the 10th, but I wasn't available at that time. Yes, we could talk about all is fair, baby. We do a fashion show about that. Cause the fashion, the fashion, and even the reads, when that bitch called her George Washington, bitch, I cackle. And when Sarah Paulson called Niecy the Black Midwest. I thought that was funny too. Um, but yeah, I love All Is Fair. It's gonna be my life. I love it. It is my tea. I thought I was gonna watch it and be disappointed. I'm like, girl, y'all was reading this, and this is fire. It's fire. I love it. Yes, I love it. I'm happy. I'm locked in. And I deleted my Disney and Hulu because of Jimmy Kimmel, of course. And they not getting me back in there. So I've been watching it on my little piracy site. And yeah, I'm enjoying it. I love it. It's good to me. It's the kind of show that I expect from Ryan Murphy. Like he know how to make the girls look good. It's funny. It's kind of drama, kind of funny, kind of camp, very camp fish camp. Campy fish, be sickening. I get my life. I'm not expecting. I don't have super high expectations. I expect the girls to be the girls. Yeah, I'm still boycotting Target and I'm still boycotting Disney, child. They ain't did nothing to make me feel like I should give them my money anymore. Not continue, especially not having nothing. Um, yeah, no, thank you. I will pirate that shit. You give me one chance, you do one thing to make me not want to spend my money, I'll be gone. You ain't got to worry about me, baby. I love us a little save. Bye bye. I love the site you send me to watch the thing. She stay up and running. Up, baby, every time. And she don't be changing. Like she be right on there, honey. You ain't gotta redo nothing. She fired. I love her. Oh, Target used to get me a lot. Kim looking like Chris. That's her first baby, girl. Your first baby, take all your genes, honey. It was so nice to see you amongst the girls during the TS Madison live. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sarah Paulson's character is taking me out. Yes, I love Sarah. Sarah is my girl. So, I wanted to go to my gay son. But yes, if y'all, I like Olive's Fair, so make sure y'all check that out. Um, um, I so back to BGC because that's what I wanted to talk about. That's why it's called "Don't Invite Me to the Bathroom." Is that what the name of it? Something. Um, Back to BGC. So Black Gay Chat. Yes. So one day, I am on. So when I first came to Houston, I stayed with this girl named Bray. She's a Hawaiian, and her mama was Hawaiian. Her daddy was from Ecuador, and so she was a Hawaiian Latina. Um, and she let me stay with her. It was cute. I stayed with her for a month. I stayed with her from November the 15th to December the 16th. I got my keys to my apartment on like a week before. And I think I told y'all the story about us getting into it because she thought I had found out her HIV status. Did I tell y'all that? Did I tell y'all that story? She thought that I had went through her paperwork and found out her HIV status, and she was over it. And she started being late to me, thinking that I had went through her paperwork and found out her T, and it was late. Yeah, so that's why we got into it. And so I ended up getting my own apartment. So in between that time, so between the time was she trans? Yes. Um, between that time, the time I left her apartment and when yeah, make sure y'all thumbs up. It is 42 people in here and only 18 people thumbs up. Make sure y'all thumbs up. Um, so so there was a time where I was staying by alone. And so when I left from her before my gay son moved in. So I was just by myself. This is also the time when if y'all remember I told y'all the story about me and the dude getting into it, Eric. I think the video is called "In Memory of Eric Leachy." Um, this is that time where I'm just living by myself in a city that I don't know nothing about. 2008, alone. Um, and so this early 2008. And so on BGC, I get a message, and I get a message from this gay boy, and he basically tells me a story. This could never happen to me today. It has happened to me twice in my life, but this could never happen to me today. I've been, not necessarily, I wouldn't say that I've been burned, but I'm just not I'm not as generous with my space. So I got an email, not an email, I got a message. I got a message um on Black Gay Chat, and he basically breaks down this story how he's in college, he's in school, and he comes out as queer, and his family um kind of cuts him off because he's queer. And he breaks down this whole story about he really don't have nowhere to go. Like he's at his dorm, but he don't really have nowhere to go. Um and yeah. So I felt sorry for him and I let him come stay with me, a gay boy. Now mind you, I'm 27. This is yeah, I'm like 27. Yeah, it had to be like around, yeah, around 27. What was the year was that? Yeah, somewhere 26, 27. Anyway, this is also during the time that y'all are just meeting me because I just started. I started my YouTube on my birthday, February 28th, 2008. And so this is that same era of time. And so I have a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. The reason why I have 2-bedroom, 2-bath is because if y'all remember, I was coming from Mississippi where my mom had relapsed and she wasn't paying the bills, even though I was giving her the money for the bills. So how I end up in Houston, I end up having to come stay with my current man at the time. but I couldn't stay with him because he was down low and his brother lived in the house. So I end up talking to Bray on the Black Planet chat room, and she ended up letting me stay with her. And so it was just, I was basically, honey, housing insecure, child. And so my brother, when we left my mom's house, my brother, he was still in high school in Jackson. And so he didn't want to start over and come to Houston with me. And he was 17. He was like, I got one more year, yo. Like, he was in his junior year. He was like, I don't want to leave high school and come to Houston with you. Same thing we did years before when I was 22 and had to take him back to Indiana. And so he said to me, like, yo, I think I can figure it out. Like, I can stay with my friends, like stay with my friends' parents. So his friends' parents said that he can stay with them. If they charge him not a lot of money, but they charge him money while he was staying with them at 17 because he had two jobs. And so I told him, cool, I'll let you, yeah, you stay in Jackson and survive as much as you can. But if you need somewhere to go, I'm going to go to Houston and I'm going to have a bedroom for you. So I'm going to get a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And if you need to come stay, come on. Like if shit don't work out, like I don't want you homeless. I don't want you to have nowhere to go. And he's not like he was before, 11 and all that kind of stuff. He's 17, so it's like, what you want to do? And so I just wanted to make sure that I had a place for him if he whatever he wanted to do to figure out how to stay at that high school to graduate. If it failed, he can come and be come to Houston with me, and he has his own room. So I got a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. But like me, my brother is a hustler. Like me at 17, honey, we gonna make it work. And so he never needed to come to Houston to live because he figured it out. And so, but I had the 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and I didn't really need it because I was by myself. So that's where I was. And so when the boy hit me up, my gay son now, when he hit me up, I felt sorry for him. And I was like, well, I have an extra room and you can stay in the extra room. And yeah, you can figure it out. You can either because this also was a time when the coins was cute because I was the new girl in the city. I had just came to Houston. And so because I was sex working, I'm the new girl in the city. I'm also traveling all over. So the coins was given love. Like I was coins was flowing in. It was love. I was getting pumped every 3 months. I was making money, a lot of money actually. Um, so I tell them, yo, you can come, save your money, and so you can get out when you have enough money to go and do something else. And so he came from Dallas and came and stayed with me. This is summertime. This is like he's done with the year of school. When he gets done with that year of school, this is like May. So he's about to be out of school. So he comes and the goal is to stay with me for the summer so that he can save his money and da 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 da. And my type of if I'm letting you stay with me to get on your feet, I'm not gonna be charging you. That's just because how you gonna get the faster you can build your money up, the faster you get the fuck about. That's how my mindset is. And I've lived with people where I had to pay them and it just was a slow process because if I didn't have to pay you, I would be out of here faster. So my mindset was, honey, I'm doing you a favor. So I'm just letting you stay with me so that you can save your money and do your thing. So he got a job and he was saving his money and but he was giving me um he started basically the negotiation started to be different because we started to it just was a really really good experience. We got along well. we he had little things about him that just matched me well. So like he's the type of person that somebody recently I commented on somebody's video recently that when I had the dude in the video said I y'all if y'all ain't never had y'all never been down bad if y'all ain't never stayed with somebody that didn't want y'all to stay there. And I was like, I said, if they didn't want you to stay there, they could have said no. They clearly now they don't mean that they um are happy about you being in their space, but in my experience, usually people that motherfuckers don't want them living with them is because they either nasty or lazy or like they're doing something that is not contributing to the home in a positive way. So anytime I've stayed with somebody, I've always tried to be an asset to the person. Like for example, when I stayed with Bray, I only stayed with Bray for a month. So I stayed with her from November the 15th to December the 16th. So a month and a day. When I stayed with her, I filled up the refrigerator. When I stayed with her, I paid the rent the whole month. So, and mind you, it's other people in this house. Now, this was crazy. We living in a 1-bedroom apartment, child. So it's her and her man and me and another girl who live in there. But because I'm the new person and I've been in these type of situations where I'm staying with people, I pay the rent. So can't nobody say I didn't do what I contribute. I filled up the refrigerator for the month and I made sure that the house was clean. Now, everybody in the house was pretty clean in regards. So it wasn't like a bunch of work, but we all contribute. So the house was out. So imagine somebody come to stay with you, they pay the rent for the month, they pay for the food, and the house is clean. That type of shit is what people like. Like they fucking you ain't nasty, you helping, you're a benefit to living in the home. That is what it's hard even when you gone it's like, oh, I remember when she was here the house was always clean, the refrigerator was always full. And I'm a cook, I know how to cook, so everybody's eating good. That's just what it was. So it's a whole different kind of experience. So with my gay son, when he moved in with me, it was like that. He was beneficial. Like my gay son, he's the type of person that when he gets angry, he want to clean up. Sickening. He will, baby, and he like super cleans when he get angry. So, honey, he's pulling the fridge out. He pulling the stove out, and he doing like old school grandma cleaning. I knew when he had a bad day because when I would come home, the house would smell like bleach. Like it was clean, it was spick and span, and I knew that he had a bad day, baby, because he was cleaning. If it was a regular day, he still was cleaning his own self, but I can tell that it was, oh, he's frustrated. Because, honey, it's clean in here. Clean, clean. He washed canned goods in the cabinets. Right. That's the type of person he was. He was that type of person, which was love for me because I ain't gotta do nothing because he's doing everything. And so and we have our own room, our own bathroom. So we just have our own little space. So it was just love. And then he started working at, was it CVS or Walgreens somewhere? He started working at like a convenience store. So he would always bring the good stuff for the house. He would bring the what else would he do? anything we kind of needed. And then he started giving me money towards the bill. So it just was, I was making money, so it really wasn't no tea at that time. But it just, he was such a benefit. He was such a benefit. Now, the not the dark side. It wasn't dark. It was it negative? Not negative. I don't know what the word, the downside, let's just call it the downside. The downside of him is that my gay son, Jonathan, is, which I attract these type of people anyway. um, he's needy. He's very you have to he's needy. He's not somebody that just gone about their business. Da, 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 da. You have to engage with him. You have to he's a chatty Cathy. He's gonna talk. You gotta talk him through whatever's going on in his life. You gotta be his therapist, basically. So he's needy in that way where you gotta be his therapist. Um so when you come in the house after work, baby, he gonna talk your ear off. He's gonna have some problems with his trade. He's like he's like 6'4", dark skin. Um, I guess he can pass. I think if he tries to be trade, he can pass. Um, he's not really just the typical like flamboyant kind of butch queen. He's not really that. Um, he can be regular, like his regular boy. So he's one of those. I don't want to say mask. You know how you meet those mask for mask butch queens that they can fag out when they doing what they do, but usually they can be they regular just a regular boy. When he's angry, he gives Trey vibe. Like, yeah, he can be chill. He can be very, very Florida Trey if he needs to. But it's not like he's doing that on purpose. He can be Butch Queen too. So he started um he started dating this guy named Eric. And so Eric is a more feminine, soft Butch Queen, not flamboyant. Because imagine like a feminine, soft, quiet Butch Queen. Not, yes, honey, Miss Thing. Not loud and flamboyant gay, but it's feminine, but quiet, soft, that. So that's who that's who Eric is. And so my gay son is well, how can I say? A whore. A sexual free spirit. And I personally think a sex addict. If I if i um if i if i was to uh, diagnose him, I think that his drug of choice was, he didn't do drugs. His drug of choice was dick. Men. Um so and he's a type that I think he uses sex as a stress relief, like many of them do. Um, and and so those kind of people. Is this Africana boy? No, this is not Africana boy. Africana boy didn't become my child per se until we went through some personal shit together. Years after this. This is years later. Um, um, Yeah, that's what I consider myself, just regular gay, but not overly femme. But you can punk out. Yeah, he's very much like you, Wade. I think y'all mimic each other. Not mimic. That's not the right word. I think y'all mirror each other in that way. Um, where y'all can give a boy, but y'all can fag out too. But y'all default is just to be kind of regular. I think y'all match in that kind of way. Yeah, he's very that. And y'all both from Florida, so that it y'all definitely remind me of each other. Um, so he a Taurus too? He's a Taurus too, right? It was he a Taurus? Was Jonathan a Taurus? I can't remember. I haven't. We don't engage no more because we had to cut ties. Was Jonathan a Taurus? Maybe. I can't remember. I would have to look it up. I can't remember if he's a Taurus. I can't remember. I thought he was a Virgo. Anyway, or a Libra. I don't know. He could be a Taurus too. I can see Taurus too. So, but he's a type of person who very sensitive, very sex ran his life, baby. And he was very open and free. So, for example, like when he started dating Eric, I'm laying in my bed. So, mind you, I'm in the bedroom, and he has his own bedroom, and Eric is in there. This is the type of stuff that he would do. This is how random he is. So I'm laying in the bed, and he knocks on the door. I open up. I say, "Come on in, open the door." And he opens the door. He's like, "Mama, listen, look at this." He pulls Eric butt naked out of his room with his dick just out. So this is the type of stuff that he would do. So he pulls Eric into my room with his dick out, and Eric got a big dick. I'm a Pisces. Eric got a big old dick. And he was like, "Look at this." And he pulls him out, and I'm like, "Oh, all right." And Eric is like a basically a film bottom, but big old dingaling. And so he wanted me to see it, and so he showed it to me, and we laughing about. I was like, "Oh, you was taking all of that, baby?" And he was like, "No, he's a bottom." I was like, "Oh, you wasting all of that, Eric?" So we're laughing, but this is the type of stuff that we would laugh about, or he would do. And he would go to like the fucking um bookstores, the video stores, the little video store with the sex little rooms in the back. um the film bottoms be PC, yes. He would go to the bookstores and all this kind of weird shit. um having pieces at the bookstore, telling the pieces to meet him at the bookstore, all kinds of shit like that. He always had a boyfriend. He always had somebody that he was dating, always had somebody that he was hooking up with. And so his sexuality was at the forefront of him. Like, I knew he wasn't a druggie. People would think he was like a druggie because he would be in spaces but he wasn't a druggie. He was just a sex addict. But a lot of the gays who have that kind of personality be doing meth and shit. So he wasn't a druggie. That wasn't really his tea. His tea was honey sex, but he going to the parties, he going to do all this kind of stuff. so so one time we are at the club. We are at 2020s, which was like the club for the gays at this time. And so he hits me up he tells me we are in when you go to 2020, it's like you go through the doors, the bathroom is right by the door, but you go through these like this like kind of like hall, and then it comes out into this big club, and the bar is right here, and you kind of find a spot and blah 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 blah. So that's what we do. And I knew when I go out with my gay son that it's never gonna be it's always gonna be a fun night because he's a fun person to hang around. He's fun. Um and so he tells me, he was like, oh, he was like, Mama, come on to come to the bathroom with me. I think these boys is gonna I think they gonna try to have in the bathroom, and they want me to come watch them, but I'm gonna watch. I want you to come with me, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm nosy. I like to see. So let's see what the tea. Let's see what the gig is. So now, mind you, I just explained to y'all. I know that if he's anything that he's trying, activity is gonna revolve around sex. And so so it's like a theater, yes. Um, he took me to my first ever bookstore fiasco. I did not live. So I'm like, okay, cool. So he showed me the boys that told him to meet in the bathroom. Now, mind you, he is a masculine, tall, dark-skinned boy. Exactly. He looked like he got a big piece, all of that stuff. So the boys is living for him in the city. And he knew he got he got a little Florida accent. So, they living and chasing after him. So I'm like, oh, I know he's getting his life. So we go to the bathroom. I'm following them to the bathroom. He got my arm and we come to the bathroom and we go in there. And we thinking, both of us is thinking that it's about to be some kind of sexual stuff that we are supposed to be watching. Baby, these boys pull out packs of powder, child, and get to snorting. And so I'm like, hold up. Now, I don't mind being invited to the bathroom. But it was certain things that I was expecting. I was not expecting the bumps and the bumps, girl. And neither was my gay son. My gay son was like, oh no. So because he was so like into the sexual part, they thought that they didn't clearly there was some kind of communication going on. Miscommunication going on. So we in this motherfucking stall and all this, and I'm calculating because it looks exactly like it you would imagine. The stalls in 2020 was all red, like the walls were painted black and all the stalls were painted red. So we close the door and they just get to bumping. And it's just like, oh no, I don't. In my brain, I'm like, oh, I don't want nobody in here. Nobody in here thinking that I'm in here bumping. I have to get up out of here, baby. I'm not that girl. So I'm about to get up out of here, baby. Put just a little stuff up so nobody can see, so I can close it. And my gay son was like, oh, me either. So come on, I'm about to get up out of here. So we leave that we leave the stall and go to the back. And the boy came out. The boy who was in there, I guess the boy that was really feeling my son, he came out and was like, what? He was like, I thought you was gonna join us and stuff. And my gay son said, no, I wasn't gonna join you on no fucking, I don't party. I don't party. He was like, I thought it was on some shit. He was like, yeah, it is on some shit, but we like to get high too. But the mood of the situation was already killed. So we laughing about it at the club. So we end up. This is all how it end up. We will always end up in some type of situation with him. So me and him. Me and him go to this club. After that, we leave that club and we go to this club called Clayton's because I have this is another thing. I don't know if y'all have butch queens like this. There are butch queens who, yeah, they like gay boys, but they fetishize straight boys, just like the girls do. Oh, my eyes wear me out. There are butch queens that fetishize the straight boys. And if you one of the girls, they will use you to get to the straight boys. Period. Especially if you're a girl that, can pull the boys. So my gay son loves for me to go to the straight clubs with me because, he's my protection. So I can, it's so much that I can be so many games that I can play with him. He can either be the boyfriend that I want to run a train. You know what I'm saying? We could play so many games because he can give a masculine persona. So it's so many games that we can play. I love Clayton. The games and the stunts we played in there. Amen. So how me and my gay son would do to pull the straight boys was we would be playing like boyfriend and girlfriend. Like we want to play, we looking for a third. And straight boys love all the fun stuff. And so I know that, honey, if it turn ugly, baby, me and my gay son about to bad shoes. So we could play a lot of games. Because at the end of the day, we gonna get you together if you do too much. And so the rule was, we play the game and we figure out what's going down. So we meet. So we in Clayton. Then Clayton is like everybody. There's older people, and when we say older, I'm thinking at the time because I'm in my late 20s. Older for me at that time would be like in 40. What age I am now? 40s, early 40s, anything later than that. And it would be younger people, like it would be even like in their early 20s. And so the people in the club run the gamut. So I'm looking at everybody. I'm looking at everybody like, oh, I'm not seeing nobody that looks like, oh, I want to get him. I want to get him. But there's this older cat. This older cat in. I wonder if I can show y'all this picture. Nah, it'll get me flagged. It was this older cat. He taller than my gay son. He like 6'5" and he thick, but he looked like he in his early 40s, and he looked like he's like an ex-football player or something, and he looked like he got coins. He just looked like a nigga with some money, but he got a little bit of money, but he ain't like rich. But he was giving rich. He was giving rich vibes, rich trick vibes. But what I was noticing is he had this like suit on, not like a dress suit, but it was like a two-piece suit, like a velour suit. And baby, that meat was meating in that motherfucking velour suit. So I'm not seeing anybody in my age range that's giving me life like that. But I see his big 6'5" grown man looking self, and that meat was meating in that velour suit. And so I tell my gay son, I'm like, do you see what I see? It's giving very, do you see what I see? And my gay says, yes, child. So I'm giving the old man the eye. He got body. Remember, he's like in his 40s and he got body. He just looked good. He's like an older cat. He got little hairs in his beard. He got waves. So he an older cat, but he just clean and fresh, and that meat is meating. So I'm like, oh, let's get him back to the house. So this wasn't a gay club. It was just open to everybody. Yes, this was a straight club. This wasn't a gay club. This was like a straight, would you consider it a lounge, Ty? Would it be like a lounge? It's like a restaurant. It's like a restaurant that turned into a club. Cause it did have tables for you to eat and shit, but think about a restaurant that turned into a club sometime. We got a bunch of them in Houston where during the day it's a restaurant, but then at night it's like clubby. And so, but this is it's a straight establishment. It's not for the gays. But we come in there to be on the prowl. So me and him is flirting. You used to like to go on Zydeco night. I don't remember it being Zydeco night, but yeah, long as the kids is, it's probably why it was some of the older cats in there. So probably, yeah. I don't remember what night it was, but I just remember it was my favorite little stomping ground for pulling the trade, because all the Northside trade used to be in there. They used to either be at Clayton's, Night Moves, D1, Division One. D1 used to be fire, but it used to be kind of young and rowdy. It used to be kind of D1. You got to be ready to tussle going to D1, because it's not just D1 was just a younger crowd. D1 was like 20s, 20 somethings, early 20, late 20s. It was a younger crowd. So when you go to D1, honey, they be trying it sometimes. So it wasn't as fun as Clayton. Clayton's was just a mature crowd. Clayton's was more like a 30 something, 30-ish. So it just was a mature crowd. And so it was sexy. It was I just felt like it was better than D1. D1 was more like ghetto. Which that vibe is cool sometimes, but it can be too spicy. Anyway, so the older cat, he sees me, I can tell he feeling me. And so I walk past him and put my hand on his chest. And I'm like, oh. And he like, oh, you like that? And I was like, well, I like that and I like this. So I put my hand on his chest like, ooh, and feel it. But when he said, oh, you like that, I say, I like that, but and then take my hand and flip it down to his dick. But I actually like this and tap his dick like that. And he was like, So he come over to the bar, because I'm walking past him to go to the bar, because that's what I'm trying to, get him. It was on our side of town. Yeah. And so when I pat his dick, he comes to the bar and he was like, oh, now you can't do that and think I'm just gonna let you ride, like I'm gonna let you ride, just walk past. And I'm smiling, I'm laughing. He was like, what you drinking? And so he bought me something to drink. And while he's leaning up against, like, I'm facing the bartender at the bar, and he's leaning up against the bar talking, and he was like, I pay for it, and da 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 da. So we talking. But while he's leaning, and because I done tapped it, that motherfucker done got bricked. So I look down, and that motherfucker is just sitting there rock hard. I'm like, yes, this is exactly what I was expecting, and I need this in my life. And he was like, who you here with? I said, I'm here with my boyfriend. And he was like, oh damn, how you touching on my dick and you here with your boyfriend? And I was like, oh, he cool. We poly. We play around with each other. And he was like, oh yeah. He was like, oh, y'all out here on the prowl. I was like, yeah, we is. I was like, you trying to be the prey. And we laughing. The conversation is going back and forth and going good. He was like, where you stay at? And I say, oh, I stay at I stay in off of Northborough. Now, anybody who knows Houston, Northborough is the hood. Anybody live in Houston and you say you stay off of Greens Road or Ella or Northborough, motherfuckers is gonna sound at you like, ooh, I might not want to come over there. You trying to rob me or something? Like it's just the hood, and so some niggas be scared to come over there because it's the hood. So when I said I say off of Northborough, niggas said, ooh. I was like, boy, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You in the hood now, baby? Yes. I was like, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just keep your motherfucking wallet in your car, child. If you that scary, bitch. If you that scary. So he was like, I ain't scared. He was just like, you know where you live at, motherfucker? I was like, yes, we lived in it used to be called, what did it used to be called? It used to be called Northborough Woods, but then they changed it to Sago Palms. And so I think this was when they had already changed it. And so so my gay son ended up coming to the bar and asking me, was I good? And you know, he's giving off his hood. He giving off his hood persona. He ain't giving Butch Queen because we in the straight club. So he's giving off his good persona. And he coming over to me and say, you good? Da, 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 da. So he's good. We working this nigga because he know I'm trying to get him to the house. And so I tell I'm telling the boy, I'm trying to get the grown man to come to my house. And he was like, well, he was like, can I come after I leave here? And I was like, yeah, but my man is gonna be there. You gonna be down with him being there? And he was like, ah, shit, yeah, he can watch. We ain't doing nothing. And I was like, oh, well then no. What's the point in have you coming over if he can't do nothing? If he can't participate? And he was like, well, what are you trying to do? I was like, you got to come over and see. Because, honey, we don't know what the actions is going to be. You gotta come over and see. Do you want to come over and see or no? And he was like, put your number in my phone. So I put my number in his phone. So cool. So we having a good time for the rest of the night, tipping around the little lounge or whatever. So we at the end, you know, when you ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get up out of here. We out in the parking lot. So everybody is on the parking lot, and we get to really, because it was packed on the inside of the club. Come over and see us. Wow, honey, you gotta figure it out. Come over and see. Don't put no rules and barriers on our situation. You already fucking up the situation by putting rules and barriers, girl. You want to play? Ain't nobody. And this is in my middle of my escort days, baby. I'm trying to have you for free, and you giving me rules and barriers, bitch. You make the rules when you pay. If it's free, you come play and enjoy what goes down. So, but in the club, I knew he was tall. I knew the dick was big. And you get what I'm saying? He smelled good. He had on the velour suit. I knew he was fine, but you really can get into him when we get out into the club. Because I don't think my gay son was feeling it as much as I was feeling it because of his age. Because he looked like he was in his 40s. He looked older. He had gray hair, you know, and we in our 20s, and my gay son was in his early 20s. So you get what I'm saying? We in our 20s. So I don't think my gay son was feeling it as much as he was feeling other people in the, because you know, it was a younger crowd too. And so, but when we get out into the parking lot, and it's more spread out and more room for you to see how he moving, this is a man. This is what you really gotta get into. I was like, see, you gotta trust your mom's taste. This is a man. This is a man. He is giving man. He's probably like 6'5", 6'6". He's like got to be three something, like 360, but muscle. It ain't. It's dad bod, but it ain't like any kind of flabby. It's giving. It's giving. He got his little beers wasn't popping at the time. At this beers hadn't got to the peak that they are now, where motherfuckers wearing beard. He was doing like he got a little goatee that's trimmed up. He got a little hair in it. And he just looked fucking fine. He just a man, like a grown ass man, like a fine ass daddy. And so we get to see him moving around and how he moving in the crowd. And my gay son, that is when my gay son was convinced. Like he was like, "Oh, I know you want to have him, so it is what it is." But when he see how he moving, he was the one. This is the one. You see him in the crowd. He the boy, he the alpha male in the room. So he sees me, the man sees me out there just chilling, and he was like, so we doing this or what? And I was like, that's up to you. You're the one who had the barriers and da 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 da. And I was like, yeah, we trying to do what we trying to do now. Like right now, the night is over. It's like 2, 3 in the morning. So you trying to come over there and do what we need to do. So let me see if I can find this. If I can find it. Because I have a picture of him. Let's see if I can. Oh no, this picture get me flagged. This is a dick out picture. So I can't even fucking show it on the camera without it flagging me. Shit. Anyway, the piece was right. It was giving what it needed to give, girth and length. It was right. So we end up going back to the so he now, because we're going to the hood, he acting now, his spidey senses, not spidey senses, but his worry about this feels like it's too good to be true or whatever. So his spidey senses is like, oh shit, I had to, but it's not about my tea, it's about like where we're going, like the hood. So we get back to the house, and my gay son goes back to his room. I tell old boy, give old boy the address, and he comes and he brings his gun into the house. So when my gay son sees the gun, that turns my gay son off because he's scary. He being scary about the gun. I'm like, boy, the trade be have guns. Why are you worried about the fucking gun, bitch? Like this is honey. If you fucking with hood niggas and fucking with the men's, they in Texas, they gonna have guns. Calm the fuck down. Stop being scary. But my gay son, this is also the first time my gay son is engaging with not the first time because he'd been living with me for, at this point, we've been living together for months. But there's a difference between this is the first time he engaging with a trans girl who play the games that trans girls play. And you got to understand, sometimes they have a mindset of that old school, oh, this tricking is dangerous and da 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 da, da, all that kind of stuff. But I'm like, trust me, baby, we good. We're gonna make this work out. And we on our own turf, we on our own situation. And don't worry about it. We got guns too, honey. Don't worry about it. Let mama lead in this scenario, in this situation. And so he like once the guns get involved, now he are acting all scary and acting all weird. So we were supposed to have the old man together, but because he acting scary, he go back to the room and don't want to play. I'm like, child, I'm about to have him. Sweetie, I don't know what you about to do, but I'm at least gonna gobble this meat up. So that's literally what happened. He come in, he got his little gun, but honey, once we take off them clothes, baby, that gun is not even being thought about. And I get to wearing that meat out. Wearing. We taking pictures. We doing this is when the phones just start getting the fire ass cameras. Dude. So we doing all of the things. He got huge meat. We wearing it out. We get our life. I tell my son to come out and see, because this is what we do. I tell him to come out and see, and he end up coming out, but he's still acting all scary. So he didn't end up having the boy. So I end up having the boy, making him come, and sending him on his way. So in the conversation with the after I see him on his way, and now I'm talking to my gay son, now we're having good conversation about tricking and when is it dangerous, when is it not dangerous, and blah 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 blah. And I end up basically having the boy and then sending him on. But me and the older guy, end up still talking and texting back and forth in our conversation. We end up talking and texting back and forth. And I end up telling him my tea. This is probably like a week later. And he didn't live for it. He didn't live for my tea. And so I never end up having them again. But me and my gay son just started to be more on the prowl because he started to get more comfortable with what's going on, like the tea of what's going on. And you get what I'm saying, the doors that can be open. he we're getting our life. So I end up meeting this boy on the internet. This is a funny moment. End up meeting this boy on the internet. Boy is like, he might be like mixed or something. He's like brown skin. He's darker than me, but he mixed, but he's like I don't know. He dark. He's like a not dark skin, but he's darker than what you would expect a mixed person to be. But he is mixed. I played fish quite a few times while the trade had their guns on them. I was scared as fuck though. Girl, child. Baby, once the dicks get out, they don't be thinking about all that. They're just worried about if you robbing them. That's the thing, because fish be setting them up. So once they realize that you ain't trying to rob, all that shit go out the door, child. That's what they be worried about. They worried about being set up and robbed. So at this point, me and Bray had We had fell out, but we had got back cool at this time. We had got back cool. Was I don't know if Ty was there yet. I don't think Ty was there yet. Or maybe you were. Ty, when you came, did Bray still live in the apartments or has she moved to the other building on other apartments on Ella? This is all in 2008. Yes. Had she moved into the build when you first came to Hatch, was she in on Northborough or was she in the apartments on Ella? That's what I'm trying to figure out the timeline. So I know Ike hadn't happened yet. When did Ike happen? When did Hurricane Ike happen? September of 2008. Yes, so Ike hadn't happened yet. But I can't remember when you came. I know you came before Ike. I know you came right before Ike. But I don't think you were here. Were you here when Bray's I know you came in '08, but I'm trying to think of the time in '08. When Bray's homegirl from Hawaii came, were you there? Had you already come? I can't remember if Ty was here during this time. But anyway, there was this boy who was on who was going through like Tessa. Like, were you there when Tessa was there? Had Tessa just came, or I'm trying to figure out when did she come right before you or right after you, or I'm trying to figure out that time slot. Yeah, I was there when Tessa came. So this is before Tessa came. Because I remember you being a part of the Tessa situation, but I don't remember you weren't in this situation. So anyway, there was this boy, this mixed little boy, that used to hit up all the trans girls on the sites. And we had told him that we were having a little get together, and if he wanted to come through, he could come through. Now, I'm a prideful girl, so I don't like having trade that's been like dealing with all the girls. That is my like. Honey, I like a. It don't have to be super exclusive, but if you just been out in the streets, I'm probably not gonna be interested in having you. I don't need you to be a virgin, but I need some kind of prestige and exclusivity. Not exclusivity, prestige about you. And if you've been with all the people, it ain't no prestige about you. No, not Rick. No, not Rick. Hell no. Um, no, hell no. Um, this I can't remember what his name was. I can't remember what his name was. Um, so we bring the boy over. So we bring at this point, I'm not trying to have the boy at all, like at all. But we him coming over is a kiki because we're having fun. Kino, no, not Kino. Um, I can't remember his name. I really can't. I can't remember his name. I don't think it was Keno. What does Keno look like? Um, but anyway, we bring him over, and all the girls is pooching. I am not, because I do not live for him. He's just the fact, just the fact that he's in this situation, like just the fact that you are coming over to be slutted out by all the girls. I'm not interested. So let's get that. So Bray ended up calling him over, and all the girls is over there. I can't remember who all was over there. It was Boo. It was me, and we was in Bray's house off of Ella, in that apartment off of Ella. So anyway, he comes over and he's in the hopes of having everybody in the house. I'm not having him. I'm not having him at all. You never gonna have me, baby. But the gag is we I was there. We were in the living room shaking it down. So the boy come do all the stuff. The gag is we having a good ass fucking time, just hanging out. Ain't nobody I'm not doing it. I don't see nobody doing that, but I know he came to be slutted out. So did he want the girls to top him? I don't know what all he wanted. I know he wanted to have the girls, and he was given a trade effect. Baby, my gay son comes into the, I think Skittles chimed in too. I think Skittles was there. Skittles was a boy at the time, but a femme boy, now a trans woman. They have transitioned since this time, but a femme boy. But this is what gags everybody. What gags everybody is that my masculine butch queen gay son comes over to the house while this boy is there. And by the time we are the end of the night, my gay son done pulled the piece of tray that everybody was supposed to be having. he done took the boy and took the boy to the fucking bookstore. By the end of the night, the tray ended up having my gay son instead of having the girls, which was fucking hilarious because they had given this boy all this like life, like because he was like this pretty boy little Trey, they were giving him all his life, and that's not my tea. Pretty ass niggas is not my tea. So, but he lived for being in the space. He lived for being in space. He was making it seem like he was the trade of the trade. Baby, my gay son came in there, baby, and swept him off his feet. Took him back to the bathroom, and then by the end of the night, he done took the boy to the bookstore, and honey, they done both got ran through by the end of the night. And the girls were over it. They were evil at me for bringing my gay son to the party. Evil, evil. I know Bray was reading. She was reading and told Boo that I was shady for bringing him over and literally disinvited my gay son from ever coming to her house no more. All because he came in and pulled the tray from the girls. The Black Planet tray from the girls. So that's the type of gay son that I had. And I got my life. It was sickening to me because I didn't want to have him. But I didn't expect him to come in and shake the room like that. It started in her bathroom. Yeah, I remember him taking him back to the bathroom. I got my full life. I'm trying to tell y'all all the stories of my gay son. So that was one. Um, oh, then this happened to me. So, so we go, this all happened within the 2008. All of this happened in 2008. We go to the club. So he started dating this guy named Kevin. Now, Kevin was cute. He was cute. But Kevin Kevin, so there was this no, that was off of really what is his name? He started dating this dude named Kevin, and then because he stopped talking, him and Eric had got into it. Big Dick Eric, Big Dick Film Eric had got into it. So he wasn't talking to him no more. He started talking to Kevin. Then he started talking to this dude who was like a he was the finest one. He was fine, 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 fine. He was like a church boy. So he was still kind of on the down low a little bit. So but he had a pretty ass booty and pretty ass legs. He was fine. So my gay son will always try to he'll have a boy, but then he'll try to do like threesomes and all. He was always trying to orchestrate something, some group sex. So one day I wake up and first of all, my gay son know that I live for the fine church boy one. His body is sickening, but I don't think he got peace like that. So usually my gay son, if somebody in the group got a piece, he gonna show me who got the piece. He gonna be like, "Come look at this," or he gonna show me. You know, so he gonna be like, "This who got the piece." He gonna do something to where I can end up seeing the piece. So him, the fine church boy, I don't think he had peace like that. He had cakes, but I don't think he had peace like that. So one day I'm waking up. Hello, Turner. Um, what is going on with the? Are y'all changing y'all names because y'all names don't look like they normally look? Like, did y'all change y'all names recently? Like some of y'all stuff be capitalized and they're not. Like CL's is usually capitalized and it's not. Same thing with Taj. Yours is, I don't know what's going on. Did they change that or something? Y'all names look different. So I wake up and hear somebody getting towed down. Boom, 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 boom. YouTube did that on its own. Oh, okay. I'm like, y'all names is looking abnormal. Hold on, let me go get some a salsa. Praise the Lord. It did something because mine used to say jiggly Duchess. Yeah. I wonder what that's to you about. So I hear somebody getting tore down, somebody cake's getting beat. So Next thing I know, I hear somebody banging on my gay son's window. And so the cakes getting beat in the room stopped because somebody banging on the window. And then I hear somebody banging on the door. So I hear, now I'm in my room laying down with my door shut. So imagine I hear somebody getting cakes beat. I hear somebody beating on the window. Then I hear somebody beating on the door. I hear my gay son open his door and come. And then I hear Kevin. Well, apparently, his boyfriend, Kevin, was looking through the window and he catches my gay son fucking the church boy. And so when he come into the house, Kevin is turned up, trying to fight. Not trying to fight, because Kevin ain't really like, Kevin kind of sweet. He ain't really trying to fight, but he mad. But he's mad. And my gay son is playing the he like gaslighting. He playing the we together but not really together card. We together but I don't know what that means, but that's the card he playing. So Kevin, so now the church butch queen, who is just got done getting his cakes beat. Remember, he is actually like mass for mass down low trade. So when all of this shit, this beat on the window and getting caught, and that freaked him out. So he in the bedroom like freaking out. Because I think, well, I know now, but at this time, because my gay son was trying to be with Kevin, because Kevin is sweet. Like Kevin is like, be your man worthy. Like he cute and he got a job and he's level-headed and he, he like he's somebody you want to keep in your corner. And my gay son was trying to keep him in the corner. But Kevin is also like sweet, innocent, that kind of, So my gay son didn't expect him to be. Now, he's not the fighting type. I wanted that to be clear. But he is the type that'll come and sneak and see what you're doing. You get what I'm saying? And that's what it was. He was coming to see, oh, you're supposed to be here by yourself, and you told me you're not answering my phone calls, and I know where you live. You and your guy, I know you live with your gay mom. So I done been, so I'm the boyfriend, so I'm coming to see what's up because I know you're not answering your phone. And so I need to see what's up. And basically he came and they were having sex. But so the church boy in the room was thinking that Kevin was on some fighting type shit. But he wasn't. That's not his personality. But he was going off on my gay son. So the church boy is in the room like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm in this situation. Blah, 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 blah. And I come out the room and I'm saying, y'all bet not be doing no fighting in my house. So cut that shit out. Like, I don't care about y'all going back and forth, but y'all not about to be fighting in my house. But Kevin ain't a turn up like that. He ain't that type of person. But he was arguing with my gay son, like, I can't believe, and da-da-da-da-da. You know, he caught his man having sex with somebody. But this is the gag. A week later, shit, not even a week, like maybe like 4 days. Kevin done found out that the church boy got a girlfriend at the church. Now, how he found out all this tea about this boy, I don't know. But Kevin done exposed the church boys, basically done outed the church boy to the church girl. Using messages that he done got from my gay son's phone. 4 days later. So while Kevin ain't the fighter of the fighters, he is. He said, I might not fight one way, but I fight another. And so he exposed the church boy to his girlfriend, which forces him to stop talking to my gay son. But because of how ugly Kevin got, my gay son, being the toxic nigga that he is, he was playing it like, oh, you aren't really who I thought you were. I thought that you were sweet and nice. But the fact that you did this let me know that you're not sweet and nice. So I don't want to be with you no more. So he ended up breaking up with him. And to this day, Kevin, anytime Kevin sees me, Kevin will say something, oh, I miss Jonathan. He was the love of my life. But my gay son was over it when he did that to his little side piece. All right. I just want to talk about my BGC days and how I met my gay son. That's what I wanted to talk about. I want to tell you all our fiascos. Let me share this with y'all. I'm switching up the subject. He wanted a doormat. Yeah, he was young and he wanted somebody that All right, so this is Michelle Obama. I want y'all to watch that. She is on she's talking with Jenna Bush on her show. Let's see if I can put this here. And I'm going to play it.
Exactly. And you write in this book, let's talk about hair, because I found this to be really interesting. You say in the book, I kept my hair straight throughout the White House years so it would not be a distraction or a talking point. I knew there was absolutely no way that the first Black First Lady could show up in braids. Was that a hard choice for you?
You know, it wasn't hard because the job was more important than the statement.
Right.
I wanted to make sure that my work spoke before my clothes or my, the way I showed up in the world, although I knew that the clothes sent a message.
Yes.
But when you when you give your husband a fist bump on stage and they accuse you of it being a terrorist fist bump or it was very clear that
you had to be careful.
That being careful about being defined differently was an important challenge. But I think it was important that at some point as a public figure, I wore my hair natural and in braids, because I do believe strongly that all women, we should have the choice about how we wear our hair, what we look like. And it should not be subject to commentary, particularly by men who know nothing about what goes on. And how Black women in particular wear their hair is their business. It is not a statement of some kind of lack of professionalism.
No.
We all come to this world in a different way. And so supporting the young women who have really pushed for that natural hair movement, the Crown Act, which had to be passed to say that how a woman wears their hair cannot be used to discriminate against them. There's just a lot of education that needed to happen. And I didn't really have the time to be the lead on that education during the 8 years. We needed to get healthcare passed. I wanted to focus the attention on our military families, on getting our kids healthy. And so it didn't feel like a personal sacrifice because I understood the assignment. But now that I'm out, part of that freedom that you talked about of being 60 is that I can wear my hair.
You get to be yourself.
Absolutely.
I love that. Well, Mrs. Obama is sticking around. We're going to go through some of her iconic.
All right. Did y'all hear her? That's Michelle Obama. Yeah, everybody's clear on what she was talking about. So she was talking about wearing braids as the first lady. Okay. And I think that this is a conversation that goes along with the conversation that we had last week. Okay. All right. So what Michelle Obama is saying, she's saying, look, at the time that I was in the White House, I knew she made a conscious decision to not wear braids, even though she's from the South. She's a Black woman from the South side of Chicago. Wearing braids is pretty normal for Black girls. Wearing, individuals, micro braids, whatever kind of braids, that is something that we would do normally. What Black girl don't wear braids? That's just kind of normal at some point. Whether we going on vacation, whether it is the summertime when we don't want to have to worry about our hair as a protective style, we are wearing braids. And so her as the first lady made a conscious decision that she, through her whole 8 years, that she wouldn't wear braids. Also, the cultural context is that right now she has a book coming out now that is talking about her fashion and that experience as the first lady. So that's why hair came up. So she is saying she knew that because of how scrutinized her actions were. Remember, they said when she did the fist pump, that was every day during that time. We microed and freestyle braids down during that time, heavy, absolutely. And so when her and her husband Obama did the fist pump, they were making that into something. Remember when Obama did the tan suit? That was something. Every single thing that she would do, or they would do as the Obamas, it was under like a super microscope. And because they were trying to get stuff done, she's literally saying that I chose to not participate in my cultural hair, normal stuff, because I knew it would have looked and been scrutinized in a way that was unfair. But I chose not to do it because there was stuff that we needed to get done without my hair being a distraction. So my question to y'all, is that assimilation? Is that a strategy that you agree with? Do you understand her strategy? Michelle couldn't wear braids, but Melania is a retired call girl. Irony. So I want to hear y'all thoughts about her making the decision. Do y'all think that does it make sense to y'all, that strategy? Does it is it something that you would have done? Is it something that you understand you would have done? And is it something, do you think that it's fair that she had to navigate as a Black woman? Is it something, is that her way of assimilating and just doing, because wearing her hair straight is just a part of it? I want to hear y'all thoughts about, how do you think about her strategy and her mindset around not wearing braids? She was onto something, though. Look at how they talked about her without the braids. No. She was right. Nobody's questioning whether or not she was right. She was absolutely right. I just want to hear your thoughts about it. In her position, it was similar to how people code switching to survive. Absolutely. Understand it was futile. I understand, but it was futile. Giving them power to races. Kowtowing to races, giving them power. But in the reality, I'm glad you said that, Sherry, because I'm asking these questions to see other things. But in reality, she was damn no matter what, and she should have wore the braids. Interesting. It is assimilation, and it is a strategy that I agree with. Okay, Jay said he's agreed with. Definitely not fair that she had to do that, but she did have to do that. Okay, when you say have to do, now she is the first lady of the United States. So her particular circumstances, unique and particular, because of her status where she was, you're saying that she had to do that assimilation. Who are some examples who don't have to do that? When is it, give me the line? She did what she thought was professional. Is braids unprofessional? We know, because she's in the highest office. She's in the highest office. It's like the pressure of her image is super fetal or feudal. You spelled it wrong. Feudal. She spelled it right. Sharon said Futile. Feudal as in useless. feudal. I rock my fro in corporate America, and I don't code switch. I probably should because my coworkers are starting to use Black queer phrases. They were ideal Black respectability probably just to follow up by a McDonald's eating felon munch. At that time, it's coddle. It could have been perceived that way. However, I'm not the first lady, and this is a different level. So you're acknowledging, Devin, those different levels. I acknowledge too. I agree. It is different levels. But who you just described yourself at corporate, like so you said whatever level you on, you had the freedom to do what you need to do. Who is somebody who else will have the freedom to do what they need to do? What other people? Respectability in politics ultimately never matter when white people get to do whatever they want. I feel like I would have done that, but I also never been in the situation like that. From where I'm standing, I think I think she had to. I don't think you're wrong at all. I think a lot of people would agree with you. She clearly did. None of us has ever held a position to that level, especially a political position. It feels inappropriate for me to try to have an opinion. For the little I know of the DC, there's a lot of assimilation. It is. I would not have done that, is what I meant. Always opt for the dangerous option. Always opt for the dangerous option. So you would have been, so Naira, you would have been somebody who bucked up against the system. You would have said, I'm the first Black woman president, so I can wear braids because I'm a Black. This is what we do. I'm a Black woman. Do you think she may have been a bit self-conscious? No. I think she explained it very well. I think she said, I think wearing your hair straight in the typical way, it I think that she was making the decision to be more palatable, and I think that is assimilation. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out the line for each and every one of y'all. So Devin just talked about how he is in am I getting your pronouns right, Devin? I apologize if I'm not. They are. Devin says, I'm in corporate America. And we know that corporate America, you can assimilate. I'm sorry, I apologize. She says she wears her afro how she wants to be. Because she has the power to do that in corporate America, even though we know corporate kind of pushes you to be more professional and wear your hair in a more what they consider professional way of being. And it's actually a more rebellious way of wearing your hair if you are fucking saying, hey, this is my natural hair. She's in this fight. She's being more rebellious and saying, I'm not gonna assimilate. Like nothing will move white people. I keep hearing y'all say that, and I love it. There's also the factor that the whites were getting violent due to the Obama's win as well. How does that correlate to hair? Explain that a little bit more. Night, everyone. Good night, Jenny. I'm also not at the highest level of my enterprise. The one Black woman in our C-suite has straight hair. Her answer might be different. So there's a levels to it, to the way you can rebel. Do you think you would wear your hair straight if you were promoted to the C-suite era of your company? How would you navigate that? Would you conform? Regardless of race, campaign managers give you a whole set of instructions on what to wear, how to have your face, down to your body language, etc. And people navigate choices of when to adhere to those instructions and when to not. And yeah. Imagine being the Princeton and Yale grad wearing your braids and also the first lady of us. Aside from Jasmine Crockett, kinda, I haven't really saw anyone hone in on their true Black sister girl style. I think single individual braids are professional. I think single individual braids are professional. I think there's styles of braids. Like imagine like braids that are put in like buns or rolled up in like a nice coiffed look. I think that could be considered professional. Um I think to a racist white person, I don't think they would think any form of braids would be professional. She felt the pressures of the reputation of being first lady. I'm glad that y'all are thinking like this because this is exactly what I want y'all to think. Cause y'all bringing up all the stuff that you got to navigate. And so what this brings me, why I wanted to show this particular thing is because we live in a racist country. I did like the Michelle highlights of a lot of Black designers in her fashion choices that would have had to fit if Michelle would have had locks. They would have had a fit if Michelle would have had locks. Absolutely. I feel like the Obama family were representing Black America as well. So any representation of unapologetic Blackness could trigger the lunatics. But maybe I'm reaching. But then the lunatics were already being triggered. No matter what they did, they were already triggered just because they were Black. Do you feel what I'm saying? And so that brings me to the point why I'm talking about this. So there is this conversation with trans women currently. I recently saw a video of Cherry the Boom talking about that incident happened at the Gold Star Gym. And in her conversation, she was talking about how if you're not at a certain level of your transition, you need to use the bathroom at home. If you're not at a certain level, you should expect certain things. And you shouldn't be out here claiming to be a trans woman if you're not putting in the effort. That's generally what was said. And so the correlation between these things is it doesn't matter. You can assimilate, and we're in the reality of the world is you can assimilate and do everything right. And if they are transphobic, they are still going to hate you. Just like Michelle Obama, she did the assimilating. She said, I'm not going to get braids. And y'all just explained that y'all understood why. Y'all explained why she made the decision to assimilate to a certain level. Put the effort in and say, yo, I'm just gonna, this is not, she said out of her mouth, this is not the battle that I want to fight. This is, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be the first. I'm not going to be the person on the front line of this because we're trying to get other shit done. Because she knew her position as the first lady. And we just described how we can understand that. Got it? We understand why. But at the end of the day, when you're trying to make change in regards to hair, in regards to your image as a Black person, you can either be the rebellious one or intentionally or unintentionally. I use Michelle Obama because she was in a particularly strenuous microscope. So all of us could know because everybody put it in there. She represents more than herself. She represents the Black family. She represents the first Black first lady. She was under a whole different certain level of pressure. And we also described how if you're not under that pressure, you have a chance to be more rebellious or a chance to be more free. When we are talking about layman trans people, they are able to be more free. So all of us can be able to, all of us should be in a situation where we should be able to show up to the bathroom. The bathroom is not high stakes. The bathroom is not the first lady, the Oval Office. The bathroom is not high stakes. So we cannot act like the bathroom is the high stakes like the Oval Office. It's not the same level of pressure. We just described how there's just different levels of pressure. The bathroom is not that. So this effort that y'all claim that everybody get to have, that needs to have, this effort that you say that determines whether or not you should be treated well, even though we all know people who put all the effort in and they still get clocked. We know the prettiest trans women that you still know are trans. There's a lot of people who are having these conversations. No shade, they are not passable. They're pretty, absolutely. Your mug is snatched, hair lace laid, eyes snatched, cheeks, bone structure. You're fish. Like you look sickening. Like you are giving snatch mug, but you're not giving cisgender fish. They immediately know you're trans. You're not passing. You're beautiful, absolutely beautiful, but you're not passing. Like the whites called Michelle Obama Mike. Absolutely. Why Michelle Obama was this is a perfect example is because she still is getting masculinized, misgendered. So even this cis woman who have had babies is still being called trans. And the rhetoric has gotten so bad about Michelle Obama being trans that there are men. I have ran into men who believe that Michelle Obama is a trans woman. Like, really? So, there is a level of the stakes aren't that high for you to have been perfect. The stakes of somebody going to the bathroom are not so high that you need to have absolute effort. You are going to the bathroom. I don't think you need to be perfection. But the problem with even thinking about the scale of perfection, nobody is going to be perfect to a transphobe. If you are trans, they don't want you in there, they don't want you in there, even if you're a pretty one. Even if you're a passable one, just the fact that you're doing this lets me know that I don't want you there. This is another example, a POC example from 10 years ago. If you look at that video, you can tell she's trying to pass. You can tell she's trying to. Giselle De La Rosa. Let me see. And then you have this woman who she doesn't pass, but she's been trans for a very long time. And she's been going to this library for a very long time without any problems. But because of the trans rhetoric that is currently happening, she's getting kicked out of her home library. Now, she looks like she's putting the effort in. She looks like she's trying. She hasn't got all the surgery she could possibly get, but I think she's attempting to try to pass. I think she's living her truth. And these are just, I'm just showing y'all examples of people who are not, who may not, because this is another thing, y'all. If you're not trying to help the least among us, then you are part of the problem. Like, it is not, because it is, we know how privilege work, right? It is not the pretty, beautiful, light-skinned, body-yaddy-yaddied girl who's gonna have the problems. More than likely. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the girl who has all the access to the stuff, who has all the access to the whatever the ideal structures are. Got it? Like, the girl that who is gonna have the brunt of the oppression is the girl who doesn't look like we think they're supposed to look. Okay? The girl who is going to have the more problems in the bathroom is going to be the clocky girl. It's not going to be that girl that got all the surgery. Our trans OG pioneers were not the tuna cans. Woo! Come on. When we talk about the Miss Majors of the world, Miss Majors used to run around with beards on her face. When we think about some of the girls in the past, before the surgeries got super accessible, the girls who laid the foundation for the new pretty girls to get access. And I don't want this to be this isn't just a Cherry situation. This is a bunch of the girls, not just Cherry. It's a bunch of the girls who are sitting in their pretty privilege talking about effort in a way as if effort, it's kind of like when we think about telling our tea. So everybody says something along the lines of, oh, you need to be honest about your tea. That's dangerous. You need to be upfront. You need to tell the trade immediately. But any trans woman knows that that's not safe. You telling your tea upfront does not keep you safe. If we got perfect examples, Islan Nettles told her tea immediately, and the nigga beat her to death. So telling your tea ain't the safe way to go. And whoever's saying that don't know our life. So it's kind of like that. Like, you can do all of this effort. You can do all of this assimilating, just like Michelle. And if a motherfucker is geared to not like you, they're not going to like you. I don't care who it was. Diamond, you give effort every time you get up here. What's wrong with having a standard till minds catch up? Listen to what I'm saying. No one has a problem with your standard. If you have a standard for yourself, great. Key word, if you have a standard for yourself, great. When you have a standard for yourself, I think that's great. The standard for myself, I have old school sensibilities about myself. I want to present the best foot forward when it comes to my womanhood. That is what I do. My standard is I'm going to always look what I think looks good for me, presentable. But the standard I have for myself, I cannot fairly expect somebody else to live up to that standard because I'm not them. I'm not in their situation. So, whatever the standard is that you think a trans woman should get to, whatever this before the just the fact that that you can have a mindset that you don't deserve respect because that's y'all pussyfooting around it, but that's what you're saying. You don't deserve respect or the respect to be treated well if you don't live up to a standard, because what we're talking about is somebody being embarrassed and shamed in a bathroom that they feel because they are a trans woman that they should be able to be in. And we're not going to go into the past details about Alexis because that's not important, because it's multiple people who I just sent multiple links of people who are not given super early in their transition like Alexis. But it doesn't really matter. If there's a transphobe in the bathroom, you're going to be treated badly. And people's responses is, if you don't fit the standard, why are you in the bathroom? Use the bathroom at home. Imagine, first of all, how ableist that is. Imagine you telling somebody to use the bathroom at home. That is crazy. That's very Jim Crow. And then we have this. Let's go. And then we have this incident.
Okay, so you're a girl, because I felt very uncomfortable. Yeah. I'm trans male. Okay, well, okay, so you're a girl, because I felt very uncomfortable. Okay, you're a male in the girls' bathroom? I mean, I'm born female. Well, no, it's not okay. There's little girls in there. No. Don't tell me no. I have First Amendment rights. Unbelievable. I don't mind talking to you. There's all little... So I was at Barnes & Noble a little while ago, and I was in the bathroom, and I came out of the stall, and this dude's in there putting on his lipstick, and I got scared. My heart sunk. And so I left the bathroom, waited for him to come out, and as you can see in the video, I questioned him. Like, I still don't know to this day. Is that a chick, a dude? I don't even know. But the fact is that if I felt nervous as a grown adult woman, I can't even imagine what a little girl would feel like. So, you know what, guys? I have nothing against these people. Let them live their life. But, you know, you should not let your kids, your girls in the bathrooms alone. I think there's a reason that these people don't go into the men's bathroom, because I don't know. What do you think would happen to them if they went into the men's bathroom? But what's more concerning about this video is this woman who came not to my rescue, me, the woman whose rights were violated in my own bathroom that said women, but she came to his rescue, rubbing his arm, telling me to stop and telling him it's okay. It's not okay. We need to do something about this bathroom situation. It's not okay. Think about the little girls. I'm an adult, I can handle it. But little girls, that's scary stuff.
Now, if you pay attention, this is an AFAB person. She said, I was born female. Totally ignoring that she's telling you, she's literally doing what y'all say that they should do. Whatever you were born, that's the bathroom you go. She's literally doing that, and you got a problem with it. So, proving my point that it doesn't matter. This bitch is in a pink skirt and pink boots with some hair. It doesn't matter the effort. It doesn't matter what you were born. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. They don't want you to exist. So this investment in effort, like effort is gonna save us. It doesn't save us. from transphobia. It doesn't save us from transphobia. I know y'all know people who got the lace fronts blade, they got the right makeup, they got the clothes, the high fem clothes, got the titties. I know y'all know people that got all the perfect stuff, all the stuff, and they still clocky. People still can tell they're trans. I know y'all know people like that. Y'all can't, if you're in community, this is another thing. A lot of times, the girls that be talking hella shit about the clocky girls, they on here trying to be celebrities, but they're not actually in community. They actually don't hang with the girls who are super clocky. They're actually, because they're super clocky, they don't hang and be in rooms with them. They don't be. I'm a bitch who be in community with bitches who are clock boxes. And we have to navigate spaces. And they are putting the effort. They're doing the makeup, doing the hair, and they still are clocky and still get treated badly because they are trans. And y'all not in community with these girls. I wish I could show y'all some people, but that would just be shady. But there are people who I'm like, this motherfucker been trans for 15 years. I know a girl. She's been trans for 15 years. And the crazy part of it, she's not passable. She get clocked all the time, blah, 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 blah. And she do all the stuff. The makeup, the clothes, high fem. Only thing she doesn't, it doesn't feel like she put the effort in is her voice. Her voice, baby, is given middle class, rich, white, black man. Rich black man. Middle class or rich black man. It's given very black Caitlyn Jenner. But other than that voice, her attempt is spot. She attempts more than me. I come on here, I ain't got no makeup on. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I paint because I want, but sometimes I don't. She will attempt, and it wasn't good. It just wouldn't work. It just, because she started late, it just wouldn't work. And that's what I mean. There are some privileges that I have that other people may not have. And it's not for their lack of trying. Do you see what I'm saying? Honest question. Does making an effort to appear feminine, not fully passing, make it less likely that you experience negative interactions? I don't think so. I think if we're talking about you getting a negative interaction with a transphobe, no, I don't think that affects it. If they can clock that you're trans, you're going to get a negative reaction from a transphobe. Now, if we're talking about the public in general, yes, if your effort is good, you're more passable, or say you're not passable, but they can see you're trying, yes, your effort is going to be rewarded with less bullshit. But if we're talking about you against somebody who wants to be anti-trans, I don't think that matters. If they can tell you're trans, you're going to get a negative response out of them. Does it make sense? I don't think it affects that. Does it affect in general? I think yes. I think putting in the effort and all of that, yes, I do think it lessens it. Think about Just Hilarious. Think about a lot of people. I think that's common sense, Tamara. I think the answer to that question is common sense. If we're talking about going to the locker room where you're sweating and you are going to work out and going to the gym, I'm not ever wearing makeup at the gym. I'm never wearing a wig at the gym. I'm not even tucking at the gym. Now, I ain't got my tuck out. I'm going to have some baggy pants on and a long shirt to make sure my tuck is not out. But I'm not wearing no tight-ass gaff at the fucking gym. I'm not wearing no wig because I'm going to be fucking hot. And I ain't wearing no fucking makeup. So, if we're talking about effort, I put the least amount of effort going to the gym. The least amount of effort. Least amount of effort. So, if you catch me, Diamond Stylz, at the gym, Diamond Stylz ain't going to be doing none of that at the gym, period. And if somebody wear me out at the gym and I know that TMZ want to interview me, I might put a red lip on because I'm being on TMZ. So yes, I'm going to put a lip on, some makeup, put my hair on, blah, 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 because I'm going on TMZ. I'm not going to look like I did when I was at the gym. Who is doing that? That's not, why are y'all making it seem like that's not abnormal? like that is, like, why are y'all making it seem like that it is abnormal? Like, everybody who knows they're going to be on TV do something to make themselves look good. And why would I look the same way that I did at the gym? That's crazy. And Lavelle, unpopular opinion, that's a white man. I just think that that's a political stunt. And I think that your opinion is transphobic. Period. Full stop. If this wasn't a woman who had for 9 months showed her transitioning and taking hormones and doing what they need to do before this incident, she was already on the internet showing that I'm popping my, same thing that I have seen multiple Dylan Mulvaney do. I'm taking my first hormone. I'm taking my da-da-da-da-da. They're doing things to prove that they're out here 9 months before. We're not talking about somebody that don't have no proof that they're trans. They've been showing that they're trans, that they live in their life as a woman. Now, is it to the perfect womanhood ability? No, because they're in it for 9 months. And it takes some time for the hormones to work. It takes some time for you to learn the social stuff. And so for somebody to prove that about themselves for 9 months and you still saying that they're a white man, I think you're a transphobe. Whether you intentionally want to or not, they have proven in their interaction on the internet that I'm starting my transition. And so for you to say that they're a white man, I think that's transphobe. I think you're a transphobe. That's what I think. That may be an unpopular opinion. But just because somebody is just starting to transition, just because somebody is just transitioning, before I took my first hormone, I was trans. Before I got my titties done, before I got any surgeries, before I put on my first wig, before I did anything to be a woman, I was trans and made the decision to take hormones. So for somebody in my first 6 months to look at me with my bag wig, to look at me with my bag, I hadn't found my perfect color in my first 6 to 9 months, and I hadn't got it to perfection. And I'm not perfect, but I hadn't got it to the level I am now where I can come on screen with no makeup and still be fish. Somebody judging me in my first year, my first 2 years, my first 3 years, and saying, oh, you're not a woman because you don't look like it, or you're not to that level enough, you're still a man. That's transphobic shit to me. Because you got to start somewhere, and everybody is not starting perfect. But at the end of the day, my point is, there are some people who do all the effort that y'all are requiring them to do. I just described somebody who has been doing it for 15 years. She get her nails done, she get her hair done, and she still is not passable. She is not a naturally feminine beauty, but she is a trans woman and living her life 15 years. And so for you to look at her and say, you're not putting in the effort. You don't know what the fuck this woman done did. I've known her and I've seen her and watched her. I've given her not just me, multiple people have given her tips. She can't get surgery because she's older and has a heart condition, so she can't go and get FFS. And because of her heart condition and medication, she can't be on hormones. She can be on a little low level, but she can't be on a high. That's another thing. It's able as fuck for you to think that everybody can just pop a pill and be normal. Everybody can't be on that shit. But that don't mean that they're not trans. Because I was trans before I took my first pill. Most of us were. So for somebody to judge you based off that, and what I'm talking about is justifying bad treatment. If you're saying this is just the reality of the world, you are justifying bad treatment. Because at the end of the day, if I feel unsafe, as I said on Marsha's Plate, if I'm in a bathroom and a man comes in, somebody who I visually cue as a man, and I feel unsafe, I am not going to embarrass them. I'm going to leave the bathroom, go to the people and say, hey, I might say something. Hey, are you supposed to be in this bathroom? And depending on their response is what I'm going to do next. If they say, oh, I'm trans, I'm just early in my transition or whatever, I'm going to mind my fucking business, wash my hands and go home. I'm not going to feel unsafe no more. But you're right. It was a political stunt by Tish. Because it's two things that she didn't do that she could have done. She could have just been like, what is going on? And once they say they trans, you mind your fucking business and go about your business. Because you can't tell me that she thought the way she was acting that this person was trying to attack her. Get out of here. This person, we're in a fucking gym. Cameras everywhere. And I don't believe the whole little, oh, she was showing her dick. And I think that they're adding that so it can be more salacious. I don't believe that. Everybody else in the scenario was like, they have had this, they go back and forth multiple times in this situation. Only people who are saying that it was some extra dick out and da-da-da, all that kind of bullshit is the people who have a histories of being TERFs. So I don't believe that. A woman, just like that white woman we just saw, you wasn't scared. You pulling out your camera, confronting people. That's not the actions of a scared person. That's not the actions of a scared individual. You not scared? When I'm scared of a motherfucker, I'm like, I'm back up. This is scary. If I'm scared, I'm not coming up waiting for them to come out the bathroom. Clock that T. I'm not confronting you in the bathroom. I leave the bathroom and wait for you to come out with my camera, but I'm scared. Bitch, please. You're right. No, I think that y'all are justifying bricks being treated badly because they don't fit your standard. And if you are passable, and you think like that, you are navigating from a place of privilege. Because if you were a clock box, you wouldn't want people to treat you badly based on you not fitting the standard. You wouldn't want somebody coming up to you with a camera wearing you out. You wouldn't want somebody embarrassing you in front of all these people. You wouldn't want it. You wouldn't want that. Every piece of evidence that she is looking for attention is there. Every piece of evidence. This ain't the first engagement that she had with Alexis. Every piece of evidence that she's trying to get people listening to her music and people trying to get connected to tagging JD Vance and Donald Trump in her captions. Every piece of evidence that this is a political stunt by this cis, butch, masculine lesbian is there. And the fact that y'all not accepting it and just being just that, because who is being harmed in this situation? It is not Tish. It's not. She's bringing this attention on herself. Because if she felt unsafe, she could easily go to the Gold Gym people and say, yo, I don't know what's going on with this person, but they say they trans. I don't know what's going on. Da, 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 da. You live in LA, in California. Please. And you being a black lesbian does not blind me to seeing what you're doing. I see it. We done seen too much of these fucking clowns. Now, if this was, what's that girl? Somebody named her earlier. What's her name? Lily? What's her name? Lily something. Somebody, I think seen somebody mention her earlier. Lily something. What's her? Somebody said it earlier. What's the white girl that do little stunts like this? Lily Tino, yes. If this was Lily Tino, I would be all on Miss Thing's side. I don't think that this is a Lily Tino situation. I think that this is a perfect storm. I think that this is a black lesbian turf trying to get attention and using the cultural moment to get attention. And I think this is a early transitioning white trans woman who had, this is the nuance, clock it. I think this is an early transitioning trans woman, white trans woman, who has not learned, because they're in their first fucking year, who hasn't learned to not move in spaces like a white man. And when you bring those two together, we see what's happening. Because as an older transitioning white woman, trans woman, you have to learn to move through spaces differently. You was a white man, and you might have moved in the gym a certain way as a white man, but you can't move in that way in the girls' locker room, the women's locker room. The whole little creepy sexual assaulty, oh, I'm flinging my dick out narrative, I don't believe that at all. Now, could this be true? This is what could be true. I don't believe this, but would this be more believable? Because like I said in another video, if this was Tisha's first engagement with this person, I would be able to run with it and be like, okay, she never been in this situation before. So she's like, oh, this is weird. But they've been having these conversations. This is a turf. But if you had said she was in her towel and she's covering herself up, but we could still see her bulge in the towel, unintentional. She's not trying to do it on purpose, but it's there. If that was the conversation, I could believe that. Because I can see a person who used to navigate the gym as a male doing that. I'm wrapping, my dick ain't out, but I'm wrapping myself up and you can still see my bulge in the way that I probably would have there in the male's gym, in the male's locker room. So now, sweetie, you got to learn, baby. You a woman now, baby. You got to make sure your tux is up. You got to make sure you doing your things to take care of things. Is there room? Is there a learning curve? Absolutely. If you've been around older transitioning white girls, baby, they take up space, especially if they was in corporate. They take up space like white men. Because being a white man is a pinnacle of privilege. Absolutely. And so they take up space, they move different, and so they got to learn to not do that. Mind you, they both probably masculine lesbians, just one trans and one white and the other cis and black. Absolutely. I actually think that that's the case. I love my fresh salsa from HEB. I love it. Medium hot with my blue tortilla chips, blue lime. Blue tortilla chips have more nutritional value. Yeah, I think that we have to be careful in how we are talking about situations like this. I don't think we're ever gonna agree. It's kind of like the women in sports shit. But as you can see, when you get transphobe being transphobic, it's gonna affect the cisgender girls, like with the Olympics. They're saying that even the girls born with pussies, even the girls born with pussies who naturally have more testosterone in their systems are banned. So y'all let transphobia get so bad that even the girls who are born with coochies are banned from the Olympics. And clock this. The premise of the ban is that they are being fair to women's sports, right? So because they have a natural physical advantage They are banning them as women. What about the men who have natural physical advantages, which has always been the case in Olympic level sports? Why are they not banning them? What about the men who create more testosterone? Why are they not being tested? What if they got some kind of chemical imbalance that gives them, like Michael Phelps, that gives them the physical advantage over average men? But they're not doing that to the men. So it's not really about being fair, because if you wanted to be fair, you would be trying to be fair in their arena too, right? But it's misogyny. It's misogyny too. You see how it all flows together? If this was about fairness to women or fairness altogether, it would be across the board that we're being fair. And clock this T. I want y'all to think about this too. This is a little broader. Look how when the narrative started to change, when the transphobia becomes the main spotlight, the right-wing conservative thing is like, trans. Trans people, clock. These type of women and trans people have been out here free to go to the bathroom, no issues. Nobody being raped, nobody being attacked, Now all of a sudden that is a public national discourse. Oh my God, we got to save the little girls. Trans people been out here for a century or more. Acknowledged in this country. And ain't nobody being attacked by trans people. Ain't nobody winning golds. Like if trans women was in sports and they had the advantage that y'all love to act like, why is none of them winning gold? Where's the golds? Until recently. Even Leah Thompson, the swimmer, was getting beat by the cis woman. The little kids in sports, why they not winning gold? Why they not dominating like y'all claiming they should? You don't care about fairness. You don't care about little girls in sports because that dude that was molesting all the gymnast girls wouldn't have lasted so long. Wouldn't have been protected as y'all protected him. If y'all cared about girls. Because the whispers about that Nager guy, what is his name? Nacer? Whatever his name is, that was molesting multiple girls, but even Simone Biles. Y'all didn't break y'all neck to fix that. Larry Nacer, yes. Y'all don't care about the protection of girls because he wouldn't have been able to run free if y'all did. Because it was people complaining about him already. Y'all didn't break y'all neck to do that. Orange wouldn't be the president. Amen. And that brings me to the what is the not Weinstein, Epstein files. I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone about this bullshit with Clinton and Trump. The whole that shit is weird. That shit is weird. But what is trippy for me is why are we making it seem like if we found if we found out something in the files, that it would change something. Like, he already has been convicted of this type of bullshit, and he still became the president. So it wouldn't be a gotcha moment. It would be something we already know. So what exactly are we doing, or what's the point? Like, so we find out he was molesting underage girls. Do we not think that he was already doing that? Like, do we not already have him convicted of assaults and rapes? Like, I'm not understanding. Like, he's already convicted of sex crimes. So if we find out he's doing sex crimes, what is that supposed to accomplish? I'm really trying to grasp it. He was already convicted, and still became the president. I'm lost. What is it going to change about our opinion as a nation about Donald Trump? Or we know Clinton already was get his dick sucked, so we already know he was lying and doing all this sneaky ass shit. So us finding out he's getting his dick sucked, is there something new that we finding out? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it something new? Because I'm not grasping. I don't think we can get lower with Cheeto. I don't think so either. Like, what? This is as far as reputation, documented reputation, this is the most disgraceful president we have ever had in recent times. Now, if you want to go back to the disgusting slave holders, yeah, but I'm talking about in recent times. It's like worse than Nixon. This is worse than, like, this is a fucking degenerate. That man said he'd fuck his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. He says he's grabbing people by the pussies. Like, this is before the first term. So this isn't new. So what is the Epstein files gonna give you new? The racism and transphobia will excuse it all. I don't understand why it just feels like, even Megyn Kelly, that shit that she was talking about. Oh, we're not talking about 8 years old or 10 years old. We're talking about 15 years old. We're talking about minors. It doesn't matter. Pedophilia means a certain particular thing, but there's other words. So I don't know how to pronounce this word, but there's pedophilia, and then this E word, ephaba. It sounds like alphabet. It's EPHEBOPHILIA. It's the alphaphilia, that it means that you don't like little kids like 8, 9, 10s, but you like teenagers like 15 to 18. Like, you like minors in that range. And then there's a one that starts with an H, meaning that you like preteens. Like, you don't like 8, 7, 6, 5s, but you like 10, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You like early teens. It starts with an H something. But it doesn't matter. They are minors. They all minors. They just got categories. They all pedophiles. When 15-year-olds go to the doctor, they go to pediatricians. That is crazy. Just making that nuance is crazy. And how crazy these people are, they would never do that for if it was somebody else that was accused of these things. The Bidens, the Obamas, the Clintons. If it was Democratic president accused of these things, they would never be splitting hairs. Well, they weren't children, they were teenagers, barely legals. No, they were illegal. It wasn't barely legal, they were illegal. 15-year-olds. Michelle couldn't wear braids, but he could be a pedo. Crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. So we have to oh, this is interesting. This is why child marriage still on the books worldwide. Why the men are in upheavals when they are trying to raise the child marriage laws in certain countries. It's fucking crazy. Like, these people are fucking crazy. I'm gonna read this. I think this is a good status. The escalation that the fascists are bringing to trans people is not something that we can take the blame for. Just like we could never say that tricking a man is what cost Isla Nettles her life or Gwen Arroyo their lives. They looked the part in any age, in an age where protected status and access was more available to them than their trans foremothers. But did this save them? Did looking the part save Tiffany Dior Harris or Layleen Polanco Extravaganza? If it's wrong to call the girls who gives it up, well, deceptive and justify their deaths, it should be wrong to call the girls who fail to look the part liars. Therefore, suggests they deserve harassment or death or political seizure. Because clockiness did not privilege Marsha P. Johnson from being retaliated against by the cops who she would expose, who dumped her body in the water. And clockiness did not privilege Sylvia Rivera into accessing the best medical care and help her outlive a fatal health condition. Clockiness is also not privileging the countless trans, non-binary, gender non-conforming women in other communities who can neither afford to look the part or maybe don't want to. As they face down laws after laws and news article lies after news article lies and attacks after attacks, we are, in other words, damned if we do pass or damned if we don't pass. Our responsibility is to be in solidarity across protected and unprotected zones, fears, dominions under this new public struggle. In a struggle against both the above ground and the underground capitalism, colonial patriarchy. Let's protect the dolls and defend the bricks. Down with a quadruple jeopardy, down with the jewel crow. I thought that was beautiful. Mm. The list would reveal all the people involved. Who don't we know? Like, who would it be that we don't know that would be important? I'm okay with exposing people, but I mean, I guess my point is it won't change anything. The MAGAs are still going to support the MAGAs. Yeah, I just find it to be like quite crazy. It's files, so it could be anything. It could be emails, it could be any kind of files, the investigation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just don't feel like it's going to change anything. Because I mean, who are we trying to what's the gotcha moment for who? Gotcha for who? Gotcha for Clinton? He's not running for office? The gotcha moment is for Trump, but what don't we know about Trump that the people will care about? Yeah, that's just crazy. I just don't think it's going to be anything. Yeah, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. You can't shame a shameless man. Amen. All right, we got 40 minutes. What y'all want to talk about? Anything else? That's all the stuff I wanted to talk about. I wanted y'all to talk about my gay son. I wanted to talk about Michelle Obama and the whole passing and the whole making the decision. Because what I want y'all to understand is making the ability to pass and assimilate does not save you from the harm. I want that to be clear. I hope that I was making that connection clear. Your ability to assimilate into cis heteronormative norms does not save you from the harms of a transphobe. Can it keep you more safe? Sure. In certain circumstances. But if we're talking about when a transphobe sees you and sees that you're trans, it's not going to keep you more safe. And your ability to be able to assimilate and it not be rebellious or you choose, all that comes with privilege. Michelle comes with a certain level of privilege that doesn't shield her from some of the harms that we might, but also it shields her to be able to make a decision to say, you know what, I'm not going to wear my braids. So, yeah. Hey, Q10. The perfect neighbor. The perfect neighbor. Oh, child. That was so weird. Why Arby's making those nasty ass steak nuggets? I haven't eaten Arby's in like years. I used to have an Arby's by me and I would go there sometime because I love their cheddar roast beef sandwiches. But and I love their jalapeno rice with the Bronco berry sauce. My favorite. But I haven't eaten anything new from them in years because that Arby's closed down. So I don't know where one is. What else? The perfect neighbor. What about it? Perfect Neighbor I thought it was a good documentary. I love how they use the police cams and the cameras from I just love how they did all of that. How do we separate from transsexual versus transvestite crossdressers, or do we not? Are we not separate from them? Why do you feel you're not separate from them? How do I feel about it? I feel I'm separate from them in some ways I'm not. I think we make those separations. So I think sometimes we give too much power in those situations. I cried. It was super triggering. Absolutely, it was too. I think of it like Black people, like just Black people as a whole. Can we not hold nuances of Black people? Like, there's a difference between being a Black American and a Black African. I think there's a nuance there that we can hold where we can all be Black, but there's a nuance there where we can actually know that there's difference between the two. A Black Caribbean, a Black Brit, we all gonna have very different experiences, but we all Black. And so I think we all are gender non-conforming. Do you see what I'm saying? We all are gender non-conforming, but there's nuances within our group. You got the non-binaries, you got the pre-op transsexuals, the post-op transsexuals, the non-op transsexuals, all of that kind of stuff. I notice a lot of our generations want to separate. I see a lot of separate, but people hate when we make parallels with the Black struggle, but it's a lot of parallels. Do you know how many? Look at fucking weirdo fucking Bill Cosby. Before he got all of that shit hitting the fan, he was doing speeches and shit about how there's a different type of Black. You got the ghetto Black people that respectability politics says we not associated with them. They're a different kind of Blacks. Every group has the name white trash. Rednecks and white trash gives you a different level of what type of white person. Yuppie. Like there's all these different layers and nuances of every fucking group. And if we're acting like our group doesn't have fucking nuances, that's fucking stupid. There's going to be some overlap. There's going to be some layers where we all were. Honey, I say it all the time. Can't no bitch with a dick living as a woman tell me nothing about me. As if you were born with a dick, I don't care what identity you was. If you're living as a woman, you can't tell me nothing about my transition. You are trans just like me. There might be some nuances, but my womanhood is different than yours. Or similar. It just depends on what's going on. It depends on the scenario. But we both made a decision to live our lives outside of the box that they expected for us. How far we go out that box varies. What our new shape and form looks like varies. It's going to be looking different. And I'm not invested in, I have no investment in me super, oh, that's not a trans woman. Because I think that's fucking stupid. I think it's stupid because at the end of the day, it could be me. At the end of the day, it could be Alexis. At the end of the day, it could be T.S. Madison. At the end of the day, we all got somebody in our comments talk about we shouldn't be trans, calling us men. We not real women. Somebody is telling us that. It's just not my time this week. It's just not my time. And I've been in a situation where I was doing all the effort and passing, and bitches was harassing me in the bathroom at Jackson State. Still, and I wasn't even in the bathroom with her. She just saw me go in there. Just because she didn't want me in the girls' bathroom. It didn't matter whether or not I was on hormones for 10 years, 5 years, 1 year. It didn't matter if I passed or not, just the fact that I was in there and she didn't like it. Called the police on me 3 times. The police had to tell her to stop, wasting their time. It didn't matter. And I think it's weird. I think it's weird. I'm not invested in that. I'm not invested in that fight to determine whether or not somebody is trans in response to transphobic attacks. Now, if I'm talking about a non-binary person being in a space that I don't think should be in that space, I think that's a legitimate conversation. I think that's a legitimate. If we're talking about dating and Laverne with MAGA young white blue-eyed cop. Should a non-binary person be in the conversation? I think that's a debate that's legitimate to have. I don't think they should be in the conversation, but because they're not going through the same things. But that's not a hill that I'm like, Michelle, that's not a hill that I want to be on. So if you call someone a brick, are they still trans, or if they're just making fun of them being built like a sidewalk? Culturally, brick has a meaning. Culturally, brick means that you're not passable, you're hard, you are not. That doesn't mean you're not trans. Being a brick doesn't mean you're not trans. Actually, we're usually talking about a trans person when we're saying brick. Culturally, brick means that you're not passable, you're hard. Yeah, usually it's pejorative. That's what brick means. It's usually the ones that are going to get the brunt of the oppression. So if you be quoting Fannie Lou Hamer, we got to center the least among us. This is where your praxis come into hand. You can know the theory, but this is where your praxis come into hand, come into play. You can have all the theory. Oh, we got to center the least among us. But if you're not practicing that sentiment, and the least, who is going to be more affected by transphobia? The passable pretty girl or the brick? The brick. And so I'm never going to be in a situation where I'm not defending the brick. Unless she's wrong, of course. But if we're talking about a transphobic attack, then I'm going to always defend the brick. Especially against a cis woman, because the cis woman is the privileged woman in the situation, even if she's black, even if she's black or lesbian. When we talking about the trans versus cis, the cis person is going to always be the privileged one in the scenario. when we're talking about in a trans context, even if they used to be a white man, in a trans context, when we're talking about public accommodations for trans people, the privileged person is the cis person. Now, if we talk about other stuff, now we're in another type of scenario. We can have some nuance about it, but in that scenario, we're talking about public accommodations and whether or not trans should be there. And so, the privileged person in this world is the cisgender person, because nobody is questioning this hard no hips, broad shoulder, cis woman, cis black lesbian who barely look like a woman. Her cisgenderness is what's privileging her. It's the truth. Brick herself. Baby, because, honey, I would have thought it was a nigga coming in there if I would have saw her. When we get down to what it is, least desirable to the majority. That's where people get shifty in every community. Absolutely. When we think about the snap conversation, we privileging the ones we love. We like the one. There are people working on snap, but the person who really needs snap is the one who can't find a job, who is not working. Right? The one who really needs snap is the one who don't have a job. They both need it, but who really, really need it is the one who can't find a job for whatever reason. But because of we give a hierarchy, there is a stereotype of laziness, or you don't have a job, because we don't understand nuance when it comes to that. It's always the lazy moocher, da 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 da. If you ain't got no job, you're a lazy moocher, da 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 da, all that. But the ones with the job, yes. See, they have a job and need snap. So we care about them a little bit more than the ones that. But at the end of the day, they're trying to cut the snap. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a nuance where people acting like they care about one or the other, but at the end of the day, the conservatives are trying to cut snap for all them motherfuckers. So it don't matter. And that's what I'm saying. We're in the weeds over here talking about, ooh, put the effort in. Oh, that's not a trans woman. She doesn't have the tits. She doesn't have the wig. She doesn't have the beauty. She doesn't have all the stuff. Da, 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 da. But they still trying to legislate you bitches out of existence, dumb hoe. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're passable. They're trying to get your passport and your IDs to match your birth certificate at birth. It doesn't matter if you're pretty or not. They don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter if you're passable or not. They don't give a fuck. They want your shit to say you a nigga. They want it to say male. They actually want you to detransition. They want to take your healthcare away where you don't have access to none of that. And bitches in California, living in California with the privilege of that access, are running their mouths because they're privileged and they are not at risk. Because they have a Gavin Newsom. They have built an infrastructure to protect them in their state. So they can have a privilege of shitting on the girl. No, it's not just the whites. It's not. This is where y'all let the identity politics stop y'all from understanding how this shit is working. Because even if you're just seeing the whites doing the whites, who is it going to affect more in the real life? Because there's a privilege of going viral too. The white girls, they go viral all the time. There's a privilege in that. I think I talked about, I don't know what episode it was, but the privilege of, what did I call it? The disrespectability politics. I called it disrespectability politics because of the internet, it gave way to people going viral for being something that we can laugh at, the shamars of the world. Like, there's a privilege in being super, super fat. Like, if you're super fat and you're showcasing it, you can go viral for that. If you are disabled in a certain way that people can laugh at, you can go viral for that. If you're burned, I remember Ken Dog, maybe like a decade ago, Ken Dog was going viral and he started making money because he was going viral off of being burned. Shamar is one. When people can laugh at you. Cookie Tookie was one. Cookie Tookie was one. There is something in our culture that wasn't before the internet. It just wasn't. When we think about Barnum and Bailey Circus making a whole circus act of people who are outside of the burned, like actually burned, skin melted, burnt. When we think about Barnum and Bailey making a whole industry of circus acts, a whole business of people who don't, the bearded lady, stuff that we think of as like stereotypes. I want y'all to clock that. They made a whole business of it. Bearded lady, tallest giant man, anybody who the conjoined twins, anybody who was deformed, they actually can make midgets. They actually can make money by allowing themselves to be put on display. Clock, I want y'all to clock it. By allowing themselves to be put on display. Jerry Springer bring trans one. Clock it. Come on, Turner, on it. Right. That comes a little bit further. But when we talking about like in the 20s and 30s, when the circus acts was becoming big and traveling around, this was literally deformed people, freak show, people was putting themselves on the play because they could not work. They couldn't find other kind of work. And I think what we are seeing with the widespread of the internet and social media, we are seeing the same thing. It's just not put in a circus. Sarah Bartman, absolutely. It's just not put in a circus. It's put on the internet. And so these things go viral because it's more laughable. We're able to anonymously laugh at you. So you being a white man. Now, I'm not saying that the white men are the pinnacle of masculinity, but in a white supremacist, racist world, they are. It's kind of similar to a sexist, misogynist world. Why trans women go more viral than trans men? Because you are a man going to be a woman. Don't nobody give a fuck about a woman going to become a man. Bitch, you can't. You ain't got a dick. We don't give a fuck about you. You'll never be a man. But we can put a hold on this motherfucker, and this motherfucker can be beautiful. And we fetishize women and fetishize hyperfemininity anyway. So here you go, going from being a man to being a woman. Oh my God. The first trans man to get a sex change, they didn't go viral like Christine Jorgensen. Because didn't nobody give a fuck. But you're a GI, a GI Joe going viral. for in that time in the 50s, it wouldn't be called viral, but their version of viral, because you went to Denmark and came over here, you got a pussy and came back to America. You go as a boy and come back as a girl. Ooh, she literally created a career based off this popularity. They're gonna go more viral. The white girl who looks like a boy, who's at the GameStop saying, "My name is Ma'am. Call me Ma'am." Y'all remember that going viral? They're gonna go viral. It's gonna go viral. The context is gonna be different. Because we can laugh at that. There's that damn Lily at Disney. That's it. The trans girl in was it Detroit? I don't remember exactly where it was. That got jumped by the cisgender people, girl and boy, at the convenience store, where the convenience store wouldn't, that went viral. The convenience store wouldn't call the police for her and help her. The cis girls and the cis men was beating her up in the convenience store. Y'all remember that? That went viral, but the context was different. It wasn't laughable. The context was different. I think it does a dis. I think we do a disservice to not understand that nuance, but understand that no matter what, whether it be a passable trans woman or unpassable trans woman or trans man, because we just showed the video of the white trans masculine getting harassed in the bathroom. All these examples of people getting harassed in the bathroom, it doesn't matter. If they want to harass you, they're going to harass you. It's not about the effort, and us making it seem like it's about the effort is silly. And making it seem it's about race is silly. Because it happens to other races too. I've seen it with my own eyes. They just don't they just don't go viral because people don't give a fuck. They're not as laughable as the white man who trying to transition to a woman. It's not as laughable. I think that there's a nuanced conversation that we can talk about white trans women and how they navigate their privilege, how they don't really be on the front lines like that. Shit, we can have that conversation about trans men too. But we can have that conversation, but I'm not having that conversation in the context of a cis person embarrassing and harming a trans person. I'm not having that conversation. That nuance doesn't matter in that context. And how privilege has layers, absolutely. And even in it's kind of like, let's dial it back, and it's kind of like colorism. Okay, what I had to learn about colorism as a light-skinned black girl about being mistreated about being dark skinned, using their mistreatment as a way to make it seem, in my younger years, make it seem like I didn't go through stuff, used to piss me off. As if, and I would say stuff like, oh, when somebody would say something along the lines of, oh, they used to call me tar baby, or they used to do this, they used to, something in regards to their color. I would say, in my younger years, I would say, I got teased too about being high yellow. Call me Casper, call me white girl, call me all kinds of things that I took as offensive. So how are you much different than me? But now that I'm older and I understand how colorism works, and I'm accepting and I know the reality that while, yes, somebody might have been talking about my color, most of the time my color was something positive. That's just the truth. Did somebody call me names about my color? Yes. As a black high yellow little boy, did it kind of make people think that I was weak or I was a punk or da 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 da? Absolutely, yes. Yes. But that doesn't change the fact that colorism exists. It doesn't change the fact that my color never stopped me from getting into places. Never stopped me. My color has never been an obstacle for me to get over. And so as I got older and I start to hear somebody talking about their experience with colorism, I have to be intellectually mature enough to say, this is not the time for me to rebuttal them. Let them get their voice heard. It's not the time for me to jump in and say, I went through that too. That happened to me though. Sometimes you can just shut the fuck up. And that's what privilege is. That's what checking your privilege is about. Sometimes, yes, I might have a perfect argument to talk about this situation. But because I'm invested in dismantling this system of colorism, sometimes I gotta shut the fuck up. Even though I may have had somebody mistreat me because I was light-skinned. There might be yes, that happened to me. But I have to think about, what is my story? If I tell it in this moment, what is my story doing other than illegitimizing their story? Even if it's true. Do I want, what purpose does it serve? It's just not the time. Now, if you ask me my experience, being a light-skinned boy, then going to be a girl, then I'm going to tell you my experience. But in the process of me having a conversation with somebody talking about colorism, do I need to tell my story? No, I don't need to tell it. And I think a lot of motherfuckers feel like they always got to tell their story. No, sometimes you shut the fuck up. Ain't that what we want white women to do? This is not the time to cry, Karen. When we're talking about the Crown Act, we talked about braids and our hair and what's going on with our hair. I don't need a white woman coming in talking about, my hair is curly too. I had to straighten my hair too. Bitch, it's not the same. Shut the fuck up. While it may be true, it might be true that you had to conform to the blonde, straight rules of beauty. It may be true, but it's not the same as us. And sometimes you have to shut the fuck up. Be quiet. That is checking your privilege. You are not the person that's most harmed in this situation when we're talking about hair, when we're talking about skin color. So what, your story is unimportant unless somebody asks you for it. It's important for me to tell it in my book, but it's not important for me to rebuttal this dark-skinned girl talking about her experience of being bullied for being dark-skinned. Was I bullied? Was some motherfucker calling me a high yellow motherfucker? Was my grandmother saying, oh, you high yellow bitch or high yellow faggot or da-da-da-da? Yes. But that's not the same as what they're talking about. And I don't need to talk about my story in this moment because it does nothing but undermine what she's trying to tell you. And so as a person that sits in my privilege, sometimes I got to shut the fuck up. And I think that is about passing too, y'all. Sometimes you got to shut the fuck up. You are a privileged girl. So go sit your motherfucking ass down. Go sit down. Now, I'm talking about it on my channel because it's my channel. But I'm not about to sit in a space where we're talking about bricks getting wore out and take up more space than the brick. Let the girl who's a brick. And then even in that situation, sometimes they don't want to talk because they got to admit that they're a brick. And then can we talk about the illusion, the delusion that some of you bitches is under? Some of you bitches is not as passable as you think you are. Y'all bricks too. Some of you hoes ain't as passable. Y'all pretty, but y'all not passable. I'm sorry. Some of you hoes that's talking about passing like you just getting through, I be looking like, bitch, you is a faggot. Like even if your face and your look is sickening, soon as you open your fucking mouth, it's giving Butch Queen. Soon as you open your mouth, it's giving it's giving the high, bitch. Soon as you open your mouth, it's giving Paris is burning. Which is crazy to me. Miss Thing, honey girl chop, Miss Thing, house the down boots and bitch, you is a faggot. And we hear it. You is not fooling nobody. And not that you're trying. And not that you're trying. Because you're just living your life too. But shut the fuck up. Because you're not in the same situation as these girls. And just because you clocky, where you look fish, but motherfucking Jack Mizrahi come out your mouth as soon as you get to talking, that don't mean you deserve to be ashamed and embarrassed and embarrassed in the bathroom. I keep my mouth closed on that one, yes. Just because you put in the effort doesn't not mean you're not being seen the way the brick is being seen. Clock that too, Jay. That is another thing too. We have worked hard to get the culture to the point where they're not bothering us to the level that they used to in public. We have made advancements. Let's not act like we have not. And sometimes you bitches that think you getting through, it's not because you actually getting through. It's because we have made advancements and people just letting you make it. They clocked you, but they don't give a fuck. They saw you in that bathroom, and they don't give a fuck. They just washing their hands and going about their business. We have advanced a little bit. Now, are we reverting back to old ways? Yes. But a lot of you hoes are reaping the benefits of the hard work that the old heads have done to get people to see you in public and not point you out and say, oh, that's a man, even though that still happens. But we have gotten to the point where we done advance a little bit. So motherfucker can look at you and not bother you. But that's just because that day you met somebody that didn't give a fuck. But one day you might run into the transphobe. You might run into the Tish. You might run into the white lady that we just talked about. You might run into somebody who is going to go to the administration or the police or whoever they think is empowered to help them and get you put out. And what you going to do? You're going to go to your community, brick or not, and at the end of the day, when we talk about the bitches who is on the front line, it's going to be the bricks. Because you pretty bitches don't be on the front lines. Y'all be too busy trying to be pretty and stars in front of the camera, bitch. Y'all don't be on the fucking front lines at the courthouse. It be the bricks, if we want to keep it real. It don't be you pretty hoes. Very random do the super passable, sickening girls be at the courthouse, be at the marches, be at the legislating, be at the state capitol testifying. Very randomly, very rarely is it those sickening bitches. It is never them. I swear, y'all. I be there. It don't ever be them. It be those white girls and those black girls and those Latino girls who may not pass, who have more sin in the game, that be at the fucking legislative office trying to keep your fucking rights. It ain't these bitches on YouTube and TikTok and blah, 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 blah. It ain't them. I'm not talking about just Cherry. I'm talking about multiple people. There's a lot of people that are jumping in this conversation that are either speaking from a place of privilege or not looking at the nuances. It's not just Cherry. It's not just her. So I don't want to make this a Cherry thing. It's a bunch of people thing. Because I also know Cherry is a bangy girl that has some colorist tendencies. She has a lot of stuff. And the transphobia that comes against her can be harsher because of some of her problematic takes. And so I don't want it to be a pitchfork for Cherry, because she's not the only one, child. She's not the only one. There's a bunch of girls talking about it in that same way. But yes, they would immediately know. Yeah, I find... And also, there's, like I said, I say I'm an old school girl because I come from a different era. Yes, but I don't make that keep me in a box from intellectually analyzing what is going on with nuance. Yes, I'm an old school girl, so I have rules for myself. But I think about like old heads like what's her name? Civil rights old head, Angela Davis. She's in her 80s, child. She's in her 80s. She's in her 80s. And she is down with the trans shit. Like, she got the pronouns right. She got the, she inclusive. And so I don't think age is an excuse. No, not Angela Davis. No, she didn't die. Nikki Giovanni did recently. So I don't think age is, I don't use age as an excuse. Yes. I'm old school. So there's a certain assimilation that I'm accustomed to. There's a certain level of femininity that I'm going to adhere to when I go out of my house, when I'm in my house, when I'm how I present my womanhood is good. There's a certain level that I strive for. That's just what it is. And so, because of that, you're going to see me look in a certain way. There's going to be a certain effort. Absolutely. Now, there's some nuances depending on my circumstances. But that doesn't mean that I'm expecting that same effort from other people. Because you got to understand that women come in different packages too. Women, look at Tish. If Tish was trans, we would call Tish a brick. But what if the type of woman that I want to be looks like Tish? What if I'm trans, assigned male at birth, and the kind of woman that I want to be looks like Tish? We would call that a brick. But what if I got to that level and I like it, and that's where I want to be? I want to look like Tish. What if I want to give a stud? What if the look I give I want it to be a little bit masculine, but still be a woman? Is the feminine woman the only type of woman I can be? Excuse me. Is the feminine high femme woman the only one that I can be? Is that the only kind of girl I can be? While the cis girls get to be, and I think about this height too, like with height and size and all that kind of stuff. I remember when I was younger in my early 20s, baby, you couldn't get me out of a heel. I was always in a heel. And there was a part of me that would be like, I had to, it was a part of my process of accepting my womanhood. Like I would be in a heel, I was like, I'm just tall fish. I'm just tall fish. If I was fish, I wouldn't be worried about my height. Why would I worry about, because it was, oh, don't wear heels because it's gonna make you look tall and da 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 da. It's like, but if I was a cis girl who was my height, which I have seen people, or cis girls who are my height or taller, have on heels, they can freely wear heels without people worrying about them being a man or a woman. They're not even thinking about it. They're just wearing heels because that's what girls do. Why can't I be like that? And so now I'm thinking, like, when it comes to the freedom of presentation, cis women ain't thinking like that. They're just wearing their heels because that's what girls do. A high femme girl, my type of girl. Why am I thinking about this? And as a cis woman who is femme, it depends on the day. You catch me on that part. If I want to wear some tinnies in a velour sweatsuit, my pink sweatsuit, or whatever, am I now a boy? Like it's when you get to the weeds like that, you start to see how trivial and weird it is to have these be the lines. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Or I do, I just don't understand how people are not seeing how these arbitrary lines are not enough to keep us safe. That's me. The goal has always been lesbian. You know what's crazy? I was telling my friends this in the group chat. I was like, when I'm out in the world, I want you to assume that I'm cisgendered, but I don't want you to assume that I'm not queer. If that makes sense. Like, I want you to assume I'm a cisgender woman, but I want you to assume that I'm a queer cisgender woman. If that makes sense. I don't want you to think I'm just a boring ass cishet straight girl. That is late to me. That is late entire to me. I do not want to be that. I want you to look at me and say, I want you to think I'm cis, but I want you to think that I might eat some pussy or something. Like, I got some queerness in there. I want you to think something is. I don't want you to think that I'm just a cishet motherfucker. No. I want you to know that that's a queer woman. Sounds like what Amanda Lepore says. That's why, as a cis lesbian, I also dislike when gay men think they get to decide what is the standard. If that makes sense. It makes total sense. Makes total sense. Because who are you? You don't even fucking like girls. How are you making any standard about women and you don't even fuck us? Fuck out of here. Go sit your ass down. Y'all got your own shit to dismantle. You know. But I never listened to gay men. They were always their standard of women is just like their standard of men. It's always going to be a lot of ways superficial, like many of us. So not just them, but I'm like, I've been disinvested from gay men's opinion about transness or womanhood. Boy, go sit down. You got bigger things to worry about. Yes, queer college professor. Amen. Yes, I want you to know. Yeah, that's what I want you to think I am. Goes back to men having sex with women but hate women in the same breath. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Make sure y'all thumbs up. All right, we've been on here for 4 hours, so I'm about to get up off of here. But yes, what I will be in, there's a lot of traveling going on. So I will be in Atlanta for the on the 18th, 19th, and the 20th. I'll be in Atlanta for work. I want to go to Austin tomorrow. Because they're having the Wicked themed. Let me show y'all. They have a Wicked theme. They're having Equality Texas is having a Wicked theme gala, and I want to wear this gown. Let me show y'all this. I freaking love this gown. Look at this. This is so cute. This is so fire. It fits my body like a glove. I know it looks kind of matronly, but on it looks sickening. It's sparkly. The boobs are out. It has this little like bow detail around the waist. And I want to be Glinda, baby. The waist is sickening. And it goes all the way down. I want to be Glinda, baby. I have this, yeah, I want to be Glinda. It's Wicked theme. So I have some green, but I don't want to be green. I want to be Glinda fish, baby. I also have some purple, but Elphaba be giving green and purple and black sometimes. But yeah, I feel like I want to give Glinda. I don't know. I have some blonde hair, but it's too long. I don't want to. But I do have a blonde, some blonde pink hair, actually. Yeah, I haven't decided, but I want somebody to pay for my way. But yes, that's tomorrow night. Did you see how we were protected Ariana Grande? Yes, I did. I didn't see the clip, but I saw I saw the situation. I kind of side-eyed it a little bit, but kind of not. Part of me be like, Cynthia be giving. I didn't watch it, but I showed it earlier, Devin. It's called Can't Get Enough. I've been wearing this all for the past 2 weeks. I love it. Yes. Poor old frail white woman. Yeah, it was giving. But also Cynthia be giving butch lesbian sometimes too. So I can see her. I just was like, okay, girl. And moved on about my business. But part of me side-eye, like, oh girl. You saving the skinny mini white girl. Oh, okay. But they are friends. They have been in some, in this run together. And wasn't he going after Arya? So it'd be different if he was going after her. It's just a whole thing, I'm like, oh, child. But I don't be one girl. Where is Lena? All right, where is Lena at? Are they still together? After she done took Lena's girlfriend. Took her from Lena's wife. Yeah, so honey, where is the girls at? Mm. Yeah, this one is new. This is their newest scent. Can't get enough. Yeah, this house. The house isn't new, but this is their newest scent. So they'll be featuring it. Like if you go to, I got mine at Saks. If you go to Saks or like Neiman's, they'll have it and they'll be featuring it because it's the newest. It's the newest one. What else? So I'm going to Atlanta. I might be going to Austin tomorrow. I really want to, because I don't know where I'm going to wear this pink dress at. And it's so perfect for Wicked. So I have to figure out where I need to figure that out. So I might be in Austin tomorrow. But Atlanta on this 18th through the 20th. And then I will be in, oh, if you are in Houston, I am getting honored by Normal Anomaly at their gala in December on the 11th, I think. And they're honoring me. And I will be there. Beat. I want you to know that I'm going sickening. I want you to know I'll be sickening. I already got what I'm gonna wear. It's sickening. It's gonna be dope. Um, and I know I go out of the country every year for Christmas, so I will be going out of the country. So I will be talking about that. Um, what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, I will be back in Atlanta on December the 5th through the 7th for they are doing a trans calendar. And I am one of the months, so I have to figure out what they haven't told us what month we're going to be. And so I'm one of the months, and so I am going to be in a calendar. Take a picture for your IG. You know what's crazy? I don't be thinking about when I'm in moments, I be trying to enjoy the moments. I don't be thinking about pictures. I be thinking about other people, taking other people's pictures. Because if you look, like I recently was in Dallas for the Black Trans Circles. I talked about beginning of the video. And I took pictures of other people looking sickening and be see, like this picture. This is Silky Monroe and Miss Sharon. We were honoring Miss Sharon. I take pictures of other people, but I don't be thinking about taking pictures of myself. This is Polka, Robin Crow. Don't she look sickening? I was on the other end of the room. Don't she look beat? They painting her, baby. Painting her down to the ground, baby. What other ones? Miss Sharon again, looking sickening in her fur coat in the back of our Sprinter. She didn't know I was taking her picture. The young dollies. up and coming girls looking beautiful and sickening, putting in the effort like the old heads taught them. Look at them. Fish. The girls. Yes, ma'am. The girls, honey. The girls that know how to be a woman. Now, I want to protect the bricks, but I'm going to have an affinity for the dolls. I want the bricks protected, but the girls who warm my heart is the girls who put that effort. The girls who know how to be a woman. Look at her. Miss Thing is sickening. Oh, they sickening. All three of them. Janice too. That's what she in my age bracket, but these are the young babies. A woman. A girl. I'm a woman, baby. Without question. Here's another one of them. Honey, tipping through the world. Effort. Effortless fish. I love them. They're my sickening. And this is all of us together. Some of the girls who were at the Dallas event. Everybody was supposed to wear black, but I don't have anything that's all black, so I had black and gold. We look cute. They had one where they had my coochie out, child. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see this picture right here. Come on, rich aunties. Where is that picture? Look at this one. Now, this is the picture of me and them, but they didn't tell me my panties was out. Look. Because all I had was some panties on under there, and the camera angle was right in the crotch of the panties, child. But fish. We were love. I was like, y'all got my whole little coochie out on this video. On this picture. Go ahead, look at that. But yes, anyway, y'all, it is 4:27. All right, I love y'all. Have a wonderful day. I'm about to go in here and eat some smoked salmon and watch Dairy. Welcome to Dairy, and get my horror teas filled. But all right, I will talk to y'all later. Bye-bye. Make sure y'all thumbs up.